Billy? No Billy?
Nah, he's on his way.
We'll belatedly get going now at 4:06 p.m. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Sinapi? Here. Mr. DeLuise? Here. Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gebhardt? Mr. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. Muto?
Here.
Mr. Napa?
Here.
Mr. Ray?
Here.
8 present.
Would Councilman Ricks please lead us in the salute to the flag?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
As mentioned, would potentially be the case yesterday. Councilman Gebhardt can't be with us tonight due to the unexpected death of a close friend of both his families. Solicitor Walsh will be joining us shortly. And as a reminder, the purpose of the meeting, we're having a public meeting on PCR 55-25 resolution relative to transfers, supplemental appropriations, and emergency appropriations, and PCR 56-25 resolution adopting the budget and estimating the tax rates of the city of Warwick for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, inclusive of FY27 general funds, FY27 personnel funds, FY27 special and capital funds budgets. Do we have a motion to reopen the public hearing on unfinished items of PCR 55-26 and PCR 56-26 from
Make a
May
motion to
18th?
open the public hearing.
Second.
Any objection? Seeing none, so opened. Is there any objection to first starting with the school department?
No objection.
Already. So school department, you are up.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the City Council,
The FY27 school budget was developed utilizing the deficit reduction plan created by the Budget Commission and approved by the Auditor General. This is a very lean budget focused on the core mission of Warwick Public Schools, delivering high-quality instruction, supporting student achievement, and maintaining safe learning environments. The budget prioritizes classroom instruction with meeting the basic requirements for the basic education plan established by the Rhode Island Board of Education. The total proposed FY27 general funds budget is $203,874,517, representing a 2.68% increase. The primary drivers of the increase are contractual salary obligations, employee benefits, pension contributions, non-staffing requirements, transportation costs, and out-of-district tuition expenditures for special education, career and technical education, and charter schools. This budget was developed within the fiscal parameters established by the Budget Commissioner's approved deficit reduction plan. The Auditor General expressed concerns that certain expenditure line items present a level of financial risks that may limit the school department's ability to effectively manage escalating costs. Those concerns outlined by the Auditor General have become a reality within the recommended budget, within the budget before you. I publicly expressed these same concerns at the time as well. The reality is that approximately 94% of the budget, including salary, benefits, transportation, out-of-district tuitions, is increasing at a rate ranging from 2.5% to 14.25%. These financial pressures require difficult decisions in order to comply with and achieve the Auditor General's approved deficit reduction plan. Please note that the FY27 budget reflects our commitment to maintaining educational programming despite significant financial constraints. With me this evening is the school committee chair, Sean Galligan, as well as our executive director of finance, Craig Enos. At this time, I'd ask Mr. Enos to come forward.
Thank you, Superintendent, Council President, members of the City Council. Thank you for your time. Just to hit a couple of highlights within the budget that you have before you. We are coming to you to ask for a 2.68% increase over the appropriation for fiscal year 26. That number, $147,550,218. We have also down on the budget the state appropriation, and as we have been doing a better job at doing our Medicaid reimbursements, we've increased that number as well on the revenue side. So total budget of $203,874,517. Contained within the 51,000 series and the 52,000 series are the two major sections that relate to the collective bargaining agreements, salaries and all the related benefits. One of the highlights for the benefits, we received a 3% increase on our healthcare and for the dental insurance. That was very competitive compared to what some of the other school districts and municipalities have received for this year. In terms of the operating expenses, we have some of our grants have expired. One of the grants, the School Violence and Prevention Program, that was funding our Director of Safety and Security. That grant was not renewed with RIDE. There was some language that the federal government had wanted the state to sign off on, and they refused. So the grant funds go away. That position is very much needed. And so we have now included that within the budget. The other big portion of our budget as it relates is for the 55,000 series, the other purchase services, transportation, out-of-district tuitions, both to public schools within Rhode Island, special education schools, and charter schools. We already have within our contract for first student a 5.5% increase for the coming year. One item to note for that, we have done an audit RIDE had approached us earlier in the spring about participating in a transportation audit to look at our routes, look at all the students who are riding, and they were coming back to us with the recommendations on where we could possibly make some reductions. What happened was when they did the first review of the audit, it didn't contain all of the bus routes. But what it was able to tell us was that in some of our schools on the afternoon runs, if we have a bus that can seat 48 students and you only have 3 students that are riding on that bus in the afternoon, and that happens on a couple of runs, there are some efficiencies that we can do to really look at our runs. So we submitted the rest of the information to RIDE. We have an appointment with them later on for this week to review the rest of the findings, but we really do feel that we can condense runs, adjust some of the bell times, and realize some significant savings for the community. In terms of our public school placements, the students that are going to other schools for high school, that rate has not been set yet by RIDE. That usually comes out towards the end of the month. We are anticipating an increase of 20 students leaving us for next year. So about 195 students are going to be going to some other high school. We also have our increases for special education out of district tuitions, which we have no choice over. If we have a student that moves into the district with an IEP that places them out of the district, we are obligated to fund that. Charter schools, same thing. That is a mandated cost. One of the items that we were hoping to place in the budget, but it had a significant impact, was the upgrade of the refresh of the student Chromebooks. That was about $500,000. We are not including that in the budget for this year. The director of technology feels that we can hold off for one more year and putting that in place. We've also been having discussions on the administrative level about changing the recycle time. We used to do grades 1, 5, and 9. If we change it to grades 3 and grade 8, then there's been the other discussions that we've been having about whether or not a one-to-one device program is really where the district should be going. And that talk is going to be going on as the rest of the year goes on. So in the end, that brings us to our total expenses, $205,351,332. Our work continues to reduce the expenses in this budget. First, we're looking at breakage for the retirements. We know that we can realize significant savings from a step 10 teacher with the master's with family benefits to going to a step 3 teacher with masters and family benefits. Historically, the district has had in the mid-30s for retirements over the past few years. So we feel very strongly that getting breakage of almost $1 million is something that we are going to be able to obtain for this year. And then finally, as I said, our work on the transportation audit is not done. And so the rest of our savings, we are anticipating approximately another $482,000 in the transportation. So if we take into account those two items, our budget will be balanced. However, the one item that we have not been able to address is the repayment to the city of the first year deficit reduction plan. $1,141,779. Those are funds owed back to the city for covering our expenses. As we achieve additional savings and get more retirements, we are going to be able to allocate those funds towards that repayment. Thank you. Chairman Galligan, did you want to make some comments? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council, Mayor Picozzi, and Chief of Staff Vicente. I'm just going to speak briefly here with regards to the passage of the budget by the school committee. As you know, the initial draft deficit reduction plan approved by the Auditor General had an allocation of 2.18% within FY27, and before you tonight is a request for a 2.68% allocation. That additional 0.5%, as outlined by Superintendent McCaffrey, was based on some of the very conservative cost estimates that were put into the deficit reduction plan by the Commission. I appreciate the city's administration for acknowledging that some of those estimates went in the opposite direction, as advertised by the Auditor General, that it was possible and likely to happen. I just want to state, so it's not misconstrued on the record, that while we're asking for 2.68% and that this is a 0.5% higher than what was in the deficit reduction plan, my professional opinion from a risk perspective, given that the district does not have substantial financial autonomy here in FY27, there's significant relief in 28 and beyond in the 5-year deficit reduction plan. But we passed that to show that we were in line with the deficit reduction plan as a show of good faith that we support the deficit reduction plan. But I want it to be very clear there's substantial risk associated with that deficit reduction plan. And I'd like to give you just a few examples. You know, we just heard from Executive Director Enos that they have a lot of initiatives they're working on. None of yet have been implemented and cost savings realized, right? So it's good to hear that they're working on it, and I'm very proud to hear that they're working on driving down our operational expenses, something we should all expect, not just as locally elected officials, but as taxpayers. But if the switch flips tomorrow and it's July 1st and these haven't been implemented as of yet, if we have one DCYF placement in our city tomorrow, in that particular instance, the money does not follow the child, we will have a deficit. If we have another student come into our city tomorrow and they are screened and they require a one-to-one IEP, we will have a deficit. We have to hire a TA, okay, rightfully so, and then provide them their salary plus benefits. You will have a deficit. There are many other instances that I could provide to add, to highlight that there is a very thin margin of error here, very thin. And so I just wanted to be on the record tonight that the school committee acknowledges that we are approving a budget that is in line with what was put together by the Budget Commission to show good faith on our part, working aggressively with our school department and the administration. And I applaud Superintendent McCaffrey and all of his staff. They've been working very, very, very hard. But I want you to know right now that from a risk perspective, it is my professional opinion that you can expect to probably be back here again next May with a deficit. In FY27, the foundational year of the deficit reduction plan, and not because of there isn't hard work and fiscal discipline or new controls on the part of the superintendent and his staff, but because if we look at historically how the school department operates and should operate, you operate based on student need. And our student needs continue to change. On a lighter note, 5-6 years ago, people decided instead of doing puzzles and going for a walk, they did other things. And now our kindergarten population after COVID is through the roof. And we need to start looking at opening up classrooms, all unbudgeted, all prepared to offer up another deficit. And you're probably sitting there going, well, Sean, balancing a budget means drawing down from another expense line, right? You know, if you're spending $1 over here that's unbudgeted, you draw from $1 over here. Yes, we understand that. However, there's no more dollars over here for us to draw down from, okay? We were chasing $2.1 million already. So any savings that we realized up to this point were already absorbed. And we then had to face inflation of other expenses. But as I stated, in FY28, there is financial relief for this district. The contracts come before the school committee and the school district, so there's a chance to possibly look at language in there and provide some financial relief to the district. Service provider contracts come before the district for renegotiation, so that gives the school district at that time in FY28 more opportunity. But FY27, a critical year within the 5-year deficit reduction plan. A lot of constraint on this gentleman here. I don't know how he's still standing upright each day. So I just wanted to go on the record that we passed the 2.68% budget, but we did so, I guess I would say under duress and in good faith to adhere to the 5-year deficit reduction plan. But if you were asking me what you should do tonight if I were in your shoes, if there's another penny or nickel somewhere else that you could throw towards this as an insurance policy to the district to not have another deficit, I would highly suggest and urge you to throw it towards the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. To the superintendent, if I may. I'm watching my time.
Yes.
Maybe. Teacher and Union President Davies Career Tech, you and I were together up at the State House fighting for.
Absolutely.
So I just want to get your background on the record. You have been in education for how many years?
30 years?
And in the Warwick system for all of that time or thereabouts?
Yes.
You're obviously a certified, accredited school administrator, superintendent, and all those necessary certifications to be in your position.
Yes.
A number of us on the council, if not all of us, have received emails over the last week about the Warwick Early Learning Center. Obviously, I realize as an educator that must have been a hard decision for you to decide to cut. Can you just briefly tell us, because I don't believe everything I read, especially in the Beacon or on social media, what exactly was cut?
What we've done is we've taken a look at special ed programming. We've looked at IEPs. The director of special education, Mr. Carter, looked at every single IEP at the Warwick Early Learning Center, and decisions were based upon meeting the needs of the IEP for the students at the Warwick Early Learning Center, making sure that the service hours that are in the IEPs are accommodated, and to make sure that we are supporting the students.
A follow-up question. My understanding of state law, if a student has an IEP, you can't deviate from that. You must follow their individual educational programs.
Warwick schools will follow the IEP and accommodate what's in the IEP.
Okay, thank you. And again, based on your educational expertise, because it is expertise, 30 years in education alone gives you a lot of expertise, but I know all those advanced degrees you have to get to be in the position you're in. And you used all that
Councilman Foley,
expertise.
you're giving me a big head here.
You deserve it. Trust me. Like I said, I've been in the war and the battles with you. I've seen you firsthand fight for your students, your children, and you deserve the pat on the back. My point is this, though. It wasn't a frivolous thing you did. It was thoughtful, following guidelines and your expertise that you made this decision.
Decisions were made to support students.
I have another question off that topic. State reimbursement. Now, according to the newspapers, and I did some checking to make sure it was correct, the state is sitting on some type of a surplus in the $200 million range or whatever. Have you heard or gotten any inkling of an increase in school aid from the state?
I have seen what's out on social media, but until I see a proposal for funding, it doesn't hold any credibility with me.
Okay, thank you. Now, thank you for your time. If I could have Mr. Enos with a couple of questions. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
On the Budget Commission was a gentleman, David Champagne.
Yes.
David Champagne and I are very, very close
Davies.
friends. I am proud of the work he did, but more importantly, he commends you for the work you've done. And if Dave Champagne is commending you, I have full faith in you also. That being said, you said
you.
something earlier that perplexed me. You said breakage. And you're saying that you anticipate 38 retirements this school year? Did I hear that right?
Yeah. So on an average, over the past couple of years, you've been in the mid 30s, 36, 38.
Okay,
So, yeah.
if I may, my follow-up question is this. By contract, you can lay off 20. You have in the proposal 38 eliminations. And you're saying over and above that, unless someone has handed in their papers today, and when I retired from Davies, I handed my resignation in May for December 31st so the school could plan. So do you have in hand right now any of those 38 that you're anticipating?
We have, I think, 12 or 13.
12 or 13. So there would be another 25 retirees. And they're like you explained, that's a top step, you should be a top step, as I say it, with all the bells and whistles that are going out the door that you could replace with a first-year teacher, second-year, third-year.
Correct.
But not only that, I know we did this at Davies, is you could look at some of those teachers in that 38 group that you did lay off, terminate, or eliminate. And if someone has a matching certificate, you laid off a social study teacher, but I have credits in math. There are ways for me, by taking either extra credits or petitioning the state, to get an emergency certificate. And if one of those retirees is in math, you could reach out to me and say, Mr. Foley, if you go get these 3 credits, or we ask for a waiver and an emergency certification, you have a job back.
Correct.
Okay, so things haven't changed that much in 8 years.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again on that. I appreciate it. To my last few moments, I would like to make a statement. I appreciate the efforts with the Budget Commission, the hard work you all put in. I appreciate the position we're in as a city and as a school system. And I know how hard it is day in and day out going into a classroom and teaching, because I did it for almost 40 years, Mr. McCaffrey, the last 30 of which were at Davies Career Tech. That being said, I have to be honest that in the last few years, different administration, different leaders in 2 positions, things were proposed to us in the budget. We voted, we passed it. And shortly thereafter, those things that were promised to be done were not done. And that put us in the position we're in today. That being said, I fully believe you are going to do what is in front of us. And if this budget is enacted and you do the things you say you're going to do, and Mr. Gallen, the point you made was well taken. You know, someone comes in, I understand that fully. That's an outlier. But if you do the things you say you're going to do, and we reach January of 2027, and there's a shortfall, and you come back to us and you say, we've dotted our I's, we crossed our T's, we did everything we said we were going to do, we're still $500,000 short, $1 million short. I will be one of your strongest advocates in this chamber doing a supplemental appropriation. I just can't do that at this time. Thank you.
So I have a few questions based on all the emails I received. For the WELC funding, so I understand that the position is that none of the IEPs will be at issue. Now, 3 of the 5 self-contained AAP classrooms are being cut. Is that accurate? And a lot of these initial questions are going to be special
Sure.
education.
I'm going to have our Director of Special Education respond to that question.
So yes, that is correct. We worked on that this afternoon and scheduled all of our pre-K school for next year. What we ended up keeping in terms of full day is 2 AAP sections, 1 IES, which is a behavioral, and 1 full-time integrated. All other classrooms moved to half-day.
And are the cuts for the classrooms going to result in overcrowding in the remaining ones?
No, and not at this point in time. However, with the big caveat, like I said before in the school committee meeting, is that our pre-K is an open enrollment, and that students enroll throughout the course of the year. That the cuts that we do now doesn't necessarily mean that come January, we need to open up more classrooms.
So if it turns out, based on enrollment between now and the start of the year, you have the ability to open another classroom to address that?
At this point in time, we have abilities between now and September to absorb increases as they come along. In terms of after September, that becomes a question because we can never fully predict how many students are going to be enrolled throughout the course of the year. Looking at trends, though, we feel that what we have right now can absorb the additions coming between now and September.
And the cut to the number of TAs in the IASE classrooms, is that going to result in issues with the remaining TAs being able to manage those classrooms?
So what we did was, out of the, I believe it was 32 total TAs at the time, we cut 7. We remained 7 as being, it might be a little bit, my numbers might be off on that, but we retained 7 TAs that would be considered floats. Of those 7, they would belong to WELC primarily for any absences, and that we agreed today with the principal that 2 of those 7 would be exclusive to WELC and not leave. So even if there was shortages throughout the district and other areas, 2 of the 7 float TAs would not leave WELC.
All right, and, well, sorry, every time I have to restart the timer for myself, so I have to remember to look down. And now the cuts to the full-day preschool program, we're not required to maintain the full-day preschool program, is that accurate?
Correct.
And are we going to, is the entirety of the full-day preschool cut or just some of the classrooms?
Some of the classrooms. We remain, we kept 4 full-day classrooms.
And if there's anyone in excess of those, the enrollment possibilities, what happens to them?
Well, right now, those classrooms that we kept as full day have on average about 5 students in them right now. So we have the ability to absorb about 3 in each of those classrooms.
And then if enrollment exceeds 3, what happens?
Then we may have to look at opening up another section. Correct.
And that goes to what Mr. Galligan said, about, or Chairman Galligan, about.
Unexpected expenses, yes.
Yeah. All right, and then for Lippitt, and I'm not sure if this is your purview anymore, so you know better than I. My understanding is that they're closing, the proposal is to close 2 classrooms for Lippitt Elementary.
Yeah, that would not be me.
Hi, everyone. Lisa Schultz, Executive Director of Elementary Education. At Lippitt Elementary School, we are only closing 1 classroom, and that is a grade 1. They had extremely low numbers, and in order to keep as many teachers as we could to help with the situation, I was able to combine 2 classes, and right now it looks like there's about 20 students in that 1 classroom, combining too. So it's still way under the state maximum.
And is it fair to say that if the enrollment increases, once you hit a certain point, you're going to open up another one?
Yes, absolutely.
And, well, I guess you've already answered the other question I could have asked, which was, will the teacher be able to handle the increased number? But as you pointed out, yes. And then the next is for AP classes, I guess secondary education. So I got a,
Hi, Tim Kane, Director Secondary for Warwick Schools.
so my understanding is at least one, if not, I'm pretty sure actually more than one AP class is being eliminated.
I think it's premature right now. We went through class enrollment tallies to take a look at what science classes were light. For example, if you had a biology in one school that was running 10 sections, we determined in certain cases that may only need 8 sections, and we built flexibility into that. So it's not necessarily advanced placement classes that are going to be affected. It was more the general classes that we were looking at.
All right, yeah, so that was my
They're
next
still working
bullet.
on the master scheduling process, though. I mean, that's a pretty fluid process.
Yeah, that was my next bullet about electives. So if my understanding is for AP classes, if a certain number of students sign up, the class happens, and if they don't, the class doesn't. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that still will be the case for this upcoming year?
Yes.
And now, I was told that at least one of our pathways requires students take a science AP class. Is that accurate?
Well, what pathway are you referring to? Environmental science?
I believe it was biomedical.
Yeah,
Biomedical classes, but yes, AP environmental was the one that was mentioned.
Yeah, so the environmental is a new program that opened at Pilgrim this year, and then the goal is to have that as an advanced placement program.
And so is our pathway gonna in danger of not being able to function if we shut down any AP classes for science?
No, it'll meet the requirements because we just received approval for that, and we'll ensure that that program runs. I mean, that's one of the stipulations of running that program.
And I was told that we have a star rating when it comes to RIDE based on the number of AP courses we run. Is that accurate?
It is.
So is our star rating in jeopardy of being reduced at all based on the decisions made for this budget?
I think RIDE utilizes the AP ratings, one facet of the star rating. I think every effort was made, with this budget to run as many programs as possible. But if you were to cut an AP course, it could have a negative effect. That's not the intent right now.
And how did it, so let's say with last year's budget, how did it work for AP classes for them to be held? Did it still need to reach a certain number of students?
Correct.
Was it 12 or was it a different number?
I wasn't in the role at that time, so I'll probably defer that question. I don't want to answer it incorrectly. I could certainly get you that information.
Yeah, I'm going to assume, but yes, please, thank you. I'm going to assume, given that this wasn't a matter of contention before, that it was a lower threshold prior.
We have run classes, AP classes in the past with fewer students.
And forgive my ignorance, but is it possible to run a mixed AP honors class?
Yeah, you could run a mixed AP honors class, I would imagine, yes. I don't think that's the intent. I think the intent is to keep the separate AP course.
Just my own 2 cents based on when I was in school, a mixed AP honors class would have been awesome. Because I was, as a kid, very ignorant of that prospect. So to be able to get in that way would have been fantastic. All right, I likely will have more questions, but for now, I'm going to take a pause, let other people have a chance. We got a lot of lights. Okay. I did not see the order. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. A brief question on the line item 52-101, health and medical premiums. So on the city side of the budget, health and medical premiums are going up by 9.4%. As I review this budget, school side, fiscal year 27, compared that to the school's health and medical premiums budget for fiscal year 26, I see that this line item has actually gone down by a significant amount. And so wanted to give an opportunity to discuss how those savings were accomplished.
Sure. So for fiscal year 27, so by staying with West Bay Community Health, the self-insured pool, so we have a 3% increase over the current year. I think the increase that we had for this year was, I think, 7.5%, and that was because in previous years we hadn't taken an appropriate increase in that healthcare. So what you see from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27, approximately the $400,000 increase. So that's reflecting the reduction of staff. We have some other grant pieces that are falling into place so we can contain those costs. That's one of the benefits that we have of remaining with the self-insured pool through West Bay.
Thank you. Obviously, those kinds of numbers, incredibly significant, as potentially difference of hundreds of thousands of dollars just can make a huge impact in other portions of the budget.
We actually, I'm sorry if I could say, so we actually did obtain pricing from another health insurance pool, and that increase was 7.4. So for us, that was a no-brainer to remain where we are.
Absolutely. Thank you for doing your due diligence on that, saving hundreds of thousands. I mean, the way these numbers add up, easy with those percentage increases, potentially difference can easily get into the millions of dollars. And that kind of money makes a real difference when it comes to the ability to preserve a lot of the different programs. So on WELC, just for us to get a handle on the numbers there, what would we be looking at in terms of how much would it cost to keep the programming effectively similar to the way it was this last year going into fiscal year 27? I'm not sure the exact difference in the numbers there.
I don't think I'm the person who can talk about costs. I think that would be correct.
So for a top SEP teacher, master's, family benefits, you're looking at roughly $158,000 for that. Staff person, teacher assistant, depending upon the qualifications they have and the benefits, that could range anywhere from $70,000 to $80,000. So, you're looking at probably, a classroom. To open up a new classroom would be roughly, just for the staffing, about $320,000.
And effectively, the WELC program, to keep it similar availability, similar numbers to this last year going forward, would that be just one classroom or multiple classrooms, to think how we're multiplying staffing costs on something like that?
Steve, would you say, two more classrooms? Two more. Right? No, two more.
Two more, just making sure to say it on the mic. So effectively, these cuts to the WELC program, if they were to be restored, we would be looking at over $500,000. I'm not sure if I'm stating that accurately. Want to make sure that I'm posing that as a question here, or would it be greater than that?
So I'm just standing here realizing that the other piece would be the transportation costs. So that would drive that up, depending upon if it was full day, half day, how many kids were riding, if it was a van, if we were doing it on a van, if we were doing it on a smaller bus.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly some different moving pieces there, and I know that a lot of very difficult decisions had to be made in formulating this budget. From what I'm understanding from questions asked by Councilman Foley, Council President Snappy, the cuts that are being made to the WELC program are not going to directly affect special education in terms of making sure that all of the IEP requirements, all of those beyond IEPs, I suppose, all of the requirements that are state mandated and otherwise required for the school system to follow, there's going to be compliance as to the IEPs and state mandates regarding special needs students, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And let's see. And this is going to continue for students who apply, qualify within the allotments that the school department is making available, continue to have a half-day program, which unfortunately is obviously not the same as a full-day program, but continue that half-day program as to other students who do not necessarily qualify as special needs or have those IEPs, correct? Thank you. I'm hearing the answer yes on that. I'd like to, of course, in my remarks here, just to thank the members of the school committee, school department, the budget commission as well. I know that this has been an extraordinarily difficult last year, extraordinarily difficult planning for this coming year. I do not envy the decisions that have to be made to get us to this point, while making sure that the schools are keeping up with their contractual commitments, keeping up with, well, the financial realities of inflation and simply what things cost. What are the bare essentials to make sure that the doors are staying open, that students are getting the services that they absolutely require, and unfortunately having to take a hard look at a lot of different programs that are wonderful to have, provide wonderful benefits to the students. But unfortunately, I know that some very difficult decisions do have to be made on what can be afforded here, as the city also has to make some difficult decisions on its side of the budget as well. We've discussed those before. We're going to discuss more of those later this evening. I'm not going to get into those particular items right now because we're not on those particular items, and there are times during these budget hearings where we will be able to, under the Open Meetings Act, discuss those with more particularity. But suffice to say, I certainly do not take any of these cuts lightly that do affect students. And I'm very eager to look for any ways that we can make sure that programs that are benefiting the students, I want to make sure that we as a city and a city council are doing everything possible that we can do to make sure that the funding is there, the support is there, to avoid any cuts that we can possibly avoid. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few questions related to the WELC program. First, I'm not sure who would be best to address that relative to populations and numbers. So what I understand from what you spoke about earlier is that there's going to be, the new proposal here before us is that there's going to be 4 full-day classrooms at this current time.
Correct.
What are we dropping from to get to that 4?
Well, our enrollment just isn't there. So when we had 5 AAP classrooms, which run about 6 kids, that would be 30, right? And right now we have about 10 or 11 kids who are registered with us right now for an AAP level kind of class. So just right there to start the year, we wouldn't need all 5 of those sections, because if we did, we'd only have 2 kids in each class. So by consolidating that, that's how we removed 3 full-day AAPs.
So obviously having 2 children in a classroom is not sustainable
No.
in any business model.
Correct.
Regardless, even in a city that's struggling, certainly not one we
Correct.
could sustain. So it's more of an efficiency cut than putting
Yes,
heads
in
on
terms of
chopping blocks?
those, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, how many students, because we're going down in a number of full-day programs being available, how many students that do not have IEPs or special needs are going to have to transition from full-day to half-day programming?
I don't know the answer to that in terms of students who were 3 years old who already had full day but were not in an IEP. I don't believe there were any. I believe that we're just not going to be doing full day for what's called our peer group. It's only half day options.
Okay. Now, just because I don't know this, what is the difference between a full-day curriculum and a half-day curriculum? Do the students get the same amount of learning modalities and have the same access, or do students that have a full day have access to more?
It has more to do with IEP service hours. All right, so it's how many hours of service do they require? Some students have a higher level of need, so their service hours reflect 4 hours, maybe 5 hours. No, generally not 5, but about 4, which would be more than just the half day. And they also get certain services such as speech, OT, and PT on top of it. So they would require a full day to be able to get that full level of service.
So from an educational perspective, the students that don't have IEPs are not seeing any reduction in any educational
Correct.
related services. Okay.
I will add this, is that the difficulty with going to half days is that it's a challenge for people to, if you have a 4-year-old, getting them there from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock every day is a challenge. So that,
parenting generally is a challenge. So I
right. Well,
appreciate
the
that.
difficulty becomes is that we are required to have a certain number of peer models inside of a classroom by state regulation. So that's one of the challenges we are facing with this change.
If you have a student that is a full day because of an IEP need, and there's a sibling that does not have an IEP, is there any sort of planning consideration given to a family that has that sort of makeup to allow the sibling to stay with brother or sister for the remainder of the
There
school day?
presently is a situation like that, and we are not at this time offering full day to the other sibling.
Okay. And now, if you could just explain a little bit what my understanding from conversations that I've had with members of the school committee and the administration is that there were some scheduling changes relative to when teachers do planning or how the actual schedule is made up. Can you
Correct.
just explain for us here on the council floor and for the public what those changes look like?
So at this point in time, what happens is that within the course of the day, the individual teachers do not have time in their day to receive their prep and non-teaching time plus their contractual lunch time. So as a result, there is a part of the contract that speaks to them receiving every other Friday where the students do not come in, and that's when they get their contractual number of hours for lunch and prep. What we're looking to do is to be able to build a break in the middle of the day that is long enough to meet the contractual obligations for non-teach/prep and their lunch. So that way every other Friday doesn't have to happen. But that's something that's in the contract that needs to be discussed.
So in the current model, the teachers don't get a lunch break?
In the current model, I believe they get lunch break, but they don't get their contractual non-teach.
Non-teaching time for planning and such?
Correct.
Okay.
Am I right
All right.
about all
And
that?
then
Yeah.
questions about Lippett School were addressed to my satisfaction, at least. That was a concern of mine. There were several constituents that did reach out. Lippett is in my ward, so I'm glad to see that, again, we're just looking at efficiency cuts and changes with the intention of expanding if there are more pupils that do enroll the coming years. Now, Mr. Kane, I don't know if you could just speak one more time about the AP classes so I'm clear. You said that there wasn't an elimination of the offering, but you were eliminating sections, 10 sections. Can you just explain that, dig into that a little bit for me?
Yeah, it was not with regards to AP. So when we take a look at the course tallies, we are able to predict how many students will, per se, have a chemistry class, a biology class. And then you realize you need a certain amount of flexibility built into that. So if you have 10 sections allocated and you realize you only need 8, you may run 9 in the schedule just to make sure there's some flexibility. Really didn't take a look at cutting AP or anything along that line. It was all related to the core subject areas. That being said, in a perfect budget, you would run every AP course you could even think of to increase your star rating. But there's a budgetary reality to that as well.
It was brought to my attention via email from, I believe it was a member of the Warwick Teachers Union, that interest in these programs is down. Have you or has anyone in the administration looked at possible reasons why student interest seems to be lower? Is there anything that we can do to get interest back up? Or is that just any thoughts on that?
Actually, there's more availability now more than ever for a student to take an advanced placement course. Technically, you're not going to deny a student. So even if you believe that it would be a tall order for a student to take an advanced placement course, you would give them that ability. Additionally, with the pathways that we're offering right now, I mean, the environmental science pathways was the highest scoring application in the state, which is why they approved that pathway. With regards to CTC, I know there's been a lot of talk about students going out of district, specifically to areas like North Kingstown. It's not due to a lack of programs. The current Career and Tech Center right now has over 500 students, 100 of which we take tuition from West Warwick. They compete well nationally in all of those programs. They offer certifications with agencies like Electric Boat that can't be replicated in other spots. But quite frankly, people go to other areas because of things like fields, of things like perhaps the lacrosse team they may play for, which is on the border of another city. And they utilize pathways and CTC as the mechanism to get there. So right now, currently, that building is near max enrollment, with the exception of a couple programs. So I think the programs here are strong.
Thank you. And then just one question on electives. There was a suggestion that possibly some electives, such as forensics and some of the other kind of specialty programs, that may be getting eliminated due to either reductions in staffing or not enough enrollment or competing against one another, for instance. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, so I think historically, before this year, there's always competition between departments to create and run electives that students are going to want to sign up for, which makes sense and it leads to strength of programs. With regards to cutting those electives, there was no look when we went through determining how many social studies teachers we need. With regards to electives, it was all based upon the cores, but it's not out of the question that an elective could be cut as you cut a faculty member.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kane. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start off by asking Mr. Enos some questions. And this will probably bounce back and forth between yourself and the superintendent. In the superintendent's position paper, which he read most of it into the record, it says the primary drivers of this increase are contractual salary obligations, employee benefits, pension contributions, non-staffing requirements, transportation costs, and out-of-district tuition. And again, on page 2, it speaks to that again. And it says the reality is that approximately 94% of the budget, including salaries, benefits, transportation, out-of-school districts, etc. What is the percentage of the salaries, healthcare costs, and pensions?
So we're probably at close to, let's see, 111, 112, 150, 172. So you're probably the little bit over 80%, 80 to 82% of the budget.
So 80+%.
Yep. Which is normal.
So, as we know, the city council has nothing to do with negotiating the contracts. So, while these concerns are made quite apparent, it's the school department and the school committee that negotiates these contracts. So during those negotiations, there's an opportunity to make changes. Now, those changes are difficult, but that's what we're elected to do. We're elected to make difficult decisions. What is the enrollment of all the schools today, public schools today?
That number, I don't, what's the enrollment of all the schools? Current?
Correct.
Current.
The enrollment in the Warwick school system.
Total number of students, approximately 7,879 students. We're financially responsible for approximately 8,566 students. And this was as of the date that we pulled the data.
So actual students attending the Warwick school system is 7,879.
Yes,
Okay.
and depending upon when you pull the data, if you pull it next week, it may be a little bit less. 2 weeks from now might be a little bit more because, as you know, public schools, we have transient populations.
But history shows us that there has been a relatively steady decline in student population.
In 2023, 2024, we had 8,012 students. So we're looking at, what's that? That's 133 students difference between 23, 24, and this year. So over 2 years, it dropped 133 students.
Sure. By the same token, in the mid-'70s, I believe we had somewhere around 22,000 students.
We may have, but we also had staffing to accommodate it at that point as well. At one point, I believe we had over 1,400 teachers in the district.
Superintendent, Mr. Enos said that there were going to be approximately 38 retirees this year. Is it the intention of the school department to replace those retirees, or is the intent to compress costs through attrition?
At this point, our projection is to have 15 central office administrators, have 367 classified members, have 5 school committee members, have 28 building administrators, 24 middle management members. Professional staff, we're projecting to have 836.9 professional staff members for a total of 1,277.9 FTEs for Warwick schools to operate for next year, as long as the enrollment stays constant where it is right now.
I'm not sure if he answered my question. He said there'd be about 38 retirees this year.
Yes,
Is the school department going to be replacing those retirees or allowing attrition to just take its course?
it'll be based upon our staffing needs for the district. So if they're retiring and they're in a classroom with 25 students, we have to replace that position, yes.
So it's fair to say that
If
some
there's
of them
someone,
will
if there's
be
someone
replaced.
retiring from a non-classroom position, we will reevaluate the position to see if it's needed, if it can be redesigned at that point. But we are looking at everything. We're stretching every single dollar to make this budget work.
With that said, this current budget that is before us, is that based upon the 38 retirees actually retiring and not being replaced? Or is there an assumption in there that a certain percentage of them will be replaced?
That would be considered to be breakage.
I'm sorry?
The difference would be considered to be breakage, and our intent is that breakage is going to help us balance this budget.
Your workers' comp premium, are you self-insured with workers' comp as well?
We are. Would you like to, for classified, right? Would you like to explain that? Sure. And also the charter language of the.
So the workers' compensation is only for the members of the WISE bargaining unit and the administration. So the teachers are not part of it. So for the teachers, we are self-insured through that, and we pay a Blue Cross premium as part of our monthly payment. And we have Beacon is who we have, who provides our workers' comp.
And I see where,
Hang on.
I see there's a note here that you have an anticipated 10% increase in workers' comp this year?
Yes, we don't have the rate for that yet. As you are probably aware, when you're looking at your workers' comp rate, it's the previous 3 years. So if you have a bad year, that bad year stays within your modification. And
Right.
so we don't have what that rate is yet. So
What is your experience modification?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I can get that information to you.
Are you below 1 or are you above 1?
We are above 1.
You're above 1.
From what my memory serves.
No, if you didn't talk so much.
On the final end of your tabulation, I'm not clear on one of the calculations. You're showing for 2027 a gross of $205,351,332. Then you're showing program / other reductions / assumptions of $1,476,815. But I don't see where that number was deducted out of the 205 million. So could you explain that, please?
So for the projected total expenses, $205,351,332. Then the two areas that we're looking for additional savings, breakage, $995,010.
Yeah.
Subtract that out, and then take the additional transportation savings that we're hoping to get, $481,805. Those two numbers equal $1,476,815. Subtracting that from the 205 brings
Got it.
us down to the 203.
There is approximately, and this could be for the superintendent, there's approximately a bond that's still sitting there of $7.9 million for, I believe, school renovations. What is the intent of that? Let me rephrase. There are underutilized schools in the city right now. Does the administration have any plans for consolidating any of those underutilized schools before any of that $7.9 million is used to renovate or repair buildings that we're going to close?
In the most recent bond application for the high schools, the Warwick School Department stated that we would not be closing any schools at this time. However, this summer we are initiating a redistricting committee. With the redistricting, we will be looking at enrollment data surrounding all of our schools. And after reflecting upon the data, we'll be making decisions on future programming at schools. But the redistricting process will dictate where we are with programming at each school, and that'll enable us to make further decisions as we look at our plan for our physical plants that we're looking at over the next 5 and 10 years. That process will start this summer.
So I would assume that there has been some discussion about what particular schools could possibly be closed. Has there been any guesstimate of a number of savings that would result between closing the schools and obviously with appropriate staff reduction and closing those schools?
Sure. There has been an awful lot on social media about schools and closing schools. At this point, I'd like to look at the redistricting data once it's completed, and then come back to you with some answers to this question. I don't want to shoot from the hip and give you misinformation or overstate or overpromise anything. I want to rely on the data that's presented this August.
Okay. And the school department is asking us for approximately $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Say that again.
The school department is asking us
The 2.68% increase, yes.
what is it, please?
2.68% increase.
Okay. And that amount, as you know, takes a significant cut of what our maximum tax increases can be. I'm going to move on to some of the financial items here. So your item 51115, salaries, substitutes, $2 million. The substitute teachers, I believe, has a direct correlation to the 90 sick days that teachers have or could have. What I don't see in here is what the dollar amount is for those 90 sick days. If every teacher, obviously it's a pie in the sky thing, but it's not impossible. If every teacher took 90 sick days, what would that number be?
A significant number, a very significant number. That would bring us well above. So we actually, for this fiscal year, are trending in a very good direction for our substitute line item. Hence the reason why we are recommending bringing that budget line item down from 2.4 down to 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
We're trending in the right way.
I know it disturbs people when I talk about the 90 sick days, but it needs to be talked about. And it needs to be, have a serious consideration, because my understanding is the reason for the 90 sick days is because the teachers don't get TDI. I've put that,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So to me, it would make a lot of sense, and this was discussed about a year ago, this past January, with members of the school committee and the school department, of paying the cost of the TDI, reducing the 90 sick days down to 10, 15. And if that were to occur, what type of savings would that show?
I'm going to say probably 1.5 million to 2 million.
Correct.
The other piece is that you also have another bargaining unit where they actually pay into it. So there'll be that union would probably come forward as well and say, you're paying for that union, therefore we want you to pay for ours as well. So
I understand the teachers' concerns about not having TDI, and I actually concur with them on that. To me, this is a rather simple business decision that should have been made a long time ago. On teacher administrative pension, you have a line item of $14,955, and you also have your code 522004, private pension payment defined benefit. What is that?
that is the WISE pension.
Okay, so that's in addition to WTU.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct.
And what is teacher administrative pension?
That is so the two portions of the teacher pension are the ERSRI portion and then the TIAA. And what happens is the state for the TIAA portion reimburses us every quarter. So we submit for reimbursement, and depending upon the number of years each employee has, we get reimbursed a certain percentage of that. So that 500,000 that's in that line, that's just the net. So that's after, it's probably close to $1 million. So
It's interesting to me that you just mentioned the word net again. I had quite a discussion last night about net.
No, no more net gross.
Anyhow,
Councilman,
thank you.
You're out of time, but if you want, you can ask that someone motion to add time.
Sure. Request a motion for an additional 5 minutes.
If I get my mic to work, motion to grant Councilman Lattiser an additional 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Down below, well, let me back up. So in here is dental. So you have dental, obviously, as a benefit. But down in line item 53412, there's another item that says dentist in the amount of $33,000. Why is that separate from?
So the 52,000 series is a benefit per the UCOA account string coding that we have. 53,000 is a contracted service. So that line for the dentist, that's the dentist that we pay who comes in, and we have to provide the mandated screenings for all the schools.
These are dentists that come into the school to do what?
Screenings.
Screening.
We are required by state law to do screenings of, I forget the ages, the elementary schools.
Of the
only.
children or of the teachers?
The children. The children.
Of the, I'm serious, it's a serious question. Of the students?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yep.
Councilman, if I may interject briefly.
Sorry?
If I may make a very quick statement to
Sure.
clarify. I'd just like to point out for the audience that perhaps the reason for that question and why it wasn't immediately obvious is because the 53,000 series is under the header of Personnel Services Employee Benefits. So it's not clear, unless one delves into it and asks a question, is this a service for the employee, as is typical under that header, or is this a service for the students? So as to clarify, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I would point out that there's probably several hundred code items here that admittedly I'm not familiar with, and that's why we're here tonight, so I can ask the questions. Transportation costs, that obviously is a major number. So what has the school department considered or is looking into to perhaps shift gears on transportation costs?
So a lot of that has to do with the bell times. We've, over the course of the years when the district has closed schools, one thing that we've never really looked at is changing the bell times. And so right now we have a 3-tier system of how the buses run. We are taking a look at that. As I said, the audit that RIDE helped do for us is going to hopefully provide us some really good information, not only on the number of riders, but looking at the map of the city and helping us figure out if there are some cost efficiencies on the runs.
And I believe that the teachers, they do not get lifetime health care when they retire, correct?
They do not.
Right. So
Up to the age of 65, and then they're shut off.
rightfully so. On the school department side, you have the same financial challenges that we have on the city side, and that's called healthcare, pensions, and legacy costs. On the city side, it's even more challenging because we still sit here with lifetime healthcare on retirees. I think people are starting to realize now that unless we make those tough, difficult decisions and increase the co-pays on healthcare, increase the caps on prescription drugs, eliminate lifetime healthcare for new hires when they retire, and I reiterate, new hires when they retire, because I've been criticized saying, oh, you can't touch the contract. I'm not touching your contract. I'm saying when new hires retire, you are never going to get control on these expenses. Those are the driving forces that are definitely pushing us over the edge. And if everybody's serious about taking on these challenges and dealing with that, then that's where you need to stop. Just my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Enos. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chairman of the School Committee, and I appreciate everyone being here this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I am going to talk about gross and net. So, actually, I'm going to start with student gross and net first. So, with CTE, Director Tim, ask a few questions. So,
Councilman, is your mic working?
I'll put it closer. How's that? I'm good. So the CTA program, you mentioned that we have about 500 enrolled. 100 of them are coming from West Warwick, which we're getting paid for. And we have about 200 students leaving for one reason or another through the CTE Pathways program. Two questions. Are we getting any other, of that 500, you claimed the 100 from West Warwick, any other school systems coming into Warwick?
Yes, there are.
How many students would that account for? Ballpark.
I would have to probably defer to Mr. Enos just to have about 15.
Okay. So 200 goes out, 115 come in. Okay, so negative net. Here's my concern. You made a comment that we're near max at the CTE program. How are we going to resolve that to keep growing that program to keep people in our school system?
When students say, there's a number of different ways students come into and get experience through CTC. One of them is a 9th grade exploratory. We take about 100 students who spend about a half a year at the CTC for one period a day. They rotate through all the programs. At the end of their stay, they fill out an application and they typically put in a first, second, and third choice. For those students that don't make it into the exploratory, we run open sessions where students come in from the high schools. They kind of like the same idea. They can spend as many days as they want in a program testing it out. Same idea. They do a first, second, and third choice in that. All of our visiting students, we have a rubric for, so we have the instructors score them on that rubric to try to attract the best students. So what we've noticed is the caliber of the students coming through has generally been on the increase. With regards to programs being at near max, we really haven't had to turn students away from the Career Center as a center itself, but there are times when a student wants marine trades and they wind up, and their second choice was an electrical trades program. There is a space issue, obviously, with CTC. You can only safely have so many students in a given area. There's also a staffing requirement. Finding a CTC teacher is probably one of the most challenging positions to find because of the fact that they require industry credentials. And I think we all know the trades right now are exploding outside of the school, so attracting them in. That being said, we did hire a second electrical teacher, knowing that program was on a tear for a while where they were maxing out every year, going on a wait list. So we have managed to put the students into programs at the CTC. It's not necessarily always the first choice program. Those go to the highest scorers in that program.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that, yes, we have alternatives, but it's at the margins, not at the bulk. If we want to attract, we want to get a net zero here from the 200 going out, 215 going out to the 115 coming in. We don't have the space to even take on 85 more students.
Well, we have done the analysis on the students that are leaving the district, and we have done an analysis on the substantially similar piece, the substantially similar law, general law that gives students the opportunity to leave the district. And currently, we have initiated litigation approximately 2.5 months ago on programs that we feel are substantially similar. And we're in the discovery phase at this point. We're still waiting to receive information back from the Rhode Island Department of Education. But we have spent an awful lot of time looking at substantially similar programming, and we have looked at the alignment of our program to the other programs on why students are leaving the district. Unfortunately, time isn't on our side on this matter. I mean, waiting 2.5 months to receive information why something is different seems crazy to me, but I'm not an attorney. I'm not in the field of litigating matters, so I can't really make any further comment on that matter.
Okay, but my question was, let's assume the stars align and we get those students to our program.
Sure.
Can we handle that?
As part of the redistricting that we'll be looking at this summer, we're looking at every single building that the district owns, and we're looking at every single space and its utilization. After looking at the utilization other than through the technology program that we have, and actually looking at physical space within facilities, we can see what we have available for classroom space within the district.
Okay.
So your question is, would we have space? We are looking at everything at this point.
Okay. I know you'll do the best you can. I'm just trying to get an
Sure.
idea because we
Sure.
talk about space and where we have the resources and need.
Excuse me, I can probably speak a little bit more to that. When the new high schools are completed, as part of that redesign that happened, I was director of the Career Center at that point. We made sure that every program room was larger than the room that was currently there. So nothing is smaller. I don't even believe anything is equal. Everything insured for additional space. So I'm confident that if we had 200 students that decided not to go out of district, that when those schools were completed, we would be able to accommodate that. That being said, based upon the phone calls I made this summer as one of my first assignments, I did call a neighboring district. I called every parent of Warwick that was going to that particular district without naming them right here. I think everybody in the room would know what that district is. And they all were pretty honest with why they were going. Some are more polite than others, but the general gist of that conversation was, thank you for your phone call. We appreciate it, but we know we don't have to answer your questions. We can go anywhere we want, whether you have an identical program or not. In fact, there are cases, our culinary program just won the nationals. We have potentially a student could leave our program to go play for an opposing district and join their culinary program. Crazy as that sounds, we're on the hook for those dollars.
That wasn't my question, but we'll pass.
I tried to answer it with the new high schools. The new high schools have additional space built in for CTE for those students.
To expand the program.
Correct.
All right. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yep.
Thank you. The next question would be for special ed. So my question is, gross and net. We talk about the fluidity of the student population coming in. What's the math of going out?
Going out in terms of out of district, or you're talking about people leaving the district?
Either leaving the district, leaving the program. So we have the same student migration patterns in general pop. My question is, do we have that same population mix?
No, we've seen a slight uptick in our percentage of students with IEPs. There's any number of reasons for that, but that's nationwide. It's not just Warwick. But in terms of Warwick specific increase in students with IEPs has been the increase in the number of families who have taken in foster children, which I think is a great thing. But what comes along with that is an expense, where just recently someone brought in a student who, due to medical conditions and outside placement, will probably cost us around $200,000 a year for that student. So it kind of goes along that unexpected cost. But yes, our percentage of special education has gone up a bit.
Okay.
Did not number go up?
Here's what it was,
Mhm.
what it is now.
Yeah.
You want to give me the numbers?
Yep, I can do that. So in terms of school year 23-24, we were at 1629, and then at the end of, or where we are at the end of 25-26 is 1889.
Thank you. I do recognize the increase. Just wondering if the population was similar. I support the idea of the foster parents. I'm actually on a board that encourages foster parenting, so definitely appreciate that. While you're up here, I'm gonna jump to one of my risk questions. Is with our special ed and IEP population and the student teacher or service ratio, is there a risk if we increase that there is a danger of harm to teachers or other staff members or other students?
Are you saying the increase in caseload per teacher?
Yes.
I guess the quick answer would be yes, right? Anytime you're going to increase the number of students any one individual is responsible for, right? that more and more of our special education population has become more of a behavioral concern than it is an academic performance issue. But again, that's state and nationwide. The nature of IEPs have been changing now for probably the past 4 or 5 years, where it's less about can Johnny read his A, B's, and C's and more about why is Johnny throwing a chair? How is that for an explanation?
Nope. And I just full disclosure, my wife is a teacher. She has IEP classes, and I hear the stories almost every day. So I appreciate the context. Thank you. I'm going to jump to budget. For healthcare costs, we talk about gross versus net. The number that's in the budget is a net number.
Correct.
What is the gross number, and how do we get, what are the counterparts that get us to the net number?
So we've got the health insurance copays that are taken out every week. Every week or every payroll. The WISE unions paid every week. Teachers and administrators are paid every 2 weeks. So, but roughly our monthly bill that we have probably runs around 2.3 million, depending upon the month. Goes up, can go down depending upon who comes in, signs off. But.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep you up there for 1 second. So on financial risk, there's a debate on the 90 sick days that's going on. We have a pool of $2 million for the subpay. Is there something contractually that expenses over that $2 million goes into a pool and the teachers pay back into that pool of that amount to get it to the $2 million or whatever that budgeted number is?
There is a pool. The exact process and how it functions, I can provide you with that information. I don't have it with me this evening.
Okay. More, not the process. I'm actually familiar with the process, but the dollars. I'm trying to get to the accounting dollars. So
yeah, and that varies depending upon how many absences there are and things of that nature.
Exactly. Let's just say the cost comes out to be $3 million. We had $2 million in the pot, and we paid that $1 million. And correct me if I'm wrong. Does that $1 million get distributed based proportionally by the number of days a teacher is out?
I can provide you with that information. I don't want to give you any misinformation this evening, but I believe so it does. But I'll get you the exact information.
All right. I appreciate that. I'll stay on the contract stuff, so I'll keep the superintendent up. So we talked about the full day versus part-time and the rotation of every other Friday or every Friday to get their non-teaching in. And then there was some talk about creating a break. And I'm just saying this, so don't shoot me. Within the contract, do the teachers have the ability to not take their free period and get paid for that?
I'm going to answer that question. And is this specific to Welk in terms of a teacher deciding not to take their non-teach and get paid for that?
Exactly.
I believe contractually it's that if the principal has made a specific request for a person not to use that non-teach, then that person should get reimbursed for the time that they've been asked to not take. I believe that's how it works with the contract.
Okay. Just wanted to throw another option out there. Teachers may want the extra options there. So actually, I'm going to bring the school chair up. You talked about risk. I want to get a you're a risk guy.
Yes, sir.
I don't like generalities. Can you point out, just list what you view as the potential risk, as well as what type of mitigation do you have? Being a risk manager, you always have a mitigation plan. Can't, or you should.
First plan run.
Yes. All right. So if you can give me that, I think we'll end.
Yeah, well, I brought up the DCYF placements, and I believe firmly children should be able to come to a safe setting. So not shunning that, but a DCYF placement, they do occur throughout the year. We've been working trying to address underfunded or unfunded mandates. They continue to grow. One of the things we were doing to partner with the city of Cranston was, from a mitigation plan perspective, is to have a cutoff period where if a student wants to go to another district, even though we have that program in-house, they should have to declare that they're going to plan to transfer by a certain date. That will help us out with budgeting. However, I don't know where that stands at the State House at this time, hoping that it passes this year. But, you know, I remain optimistic, but I'm not going to hedge my bets on it. So that continues to be a risk. You can have children between now and August continue to transfer, and even then during the year, we could see children leave. Another risk that we have is I know of some people that have fallen in love with Warwick Public Schools. They were sending their children to private schooling. Actually, someone in our little league that Mr. Wiggins knows as well, and they came out of private schooling and into public schooling. They have an IEP with the full gamut, and so now that's going to obviously drive up the need there even further. Children continue to be screened on a daily basis, so that's going to drive up the need there, and you can't really have a mitigation plan for that. It's just got to be prepared to hire additional special educators and additional TAs if necessary. And so it's a moving target, so it's very difficult for you to budget for something like that. There's a bill going through the House right now in the Senate relative to transportation. Did you come up with a loose figure on what that could possibly be? Was it close to $1 million, possibly? If that Senate bill goes through, which it has some traction, that's another $1 million unplanned. If it takes effect upon passage and hits during the upcoming fiscal year, that's another $1 million unplanned relative to out-of-district, correct? Relative to out-of-district transportation. So I could continue to go on and on and on, sir. But when I was just doing loose math prior to the May 6th budget hearing, and then in a back and forth exchange with my main man, Craig Enos, I quickly came up with about $6 million worth of risk that faces this budget today. We actually asked the question on the floor of the assumptions within the budget, what percentage would the budget have to be built to not have those assumptions? And the percentage would be 3.7.
Thank you. That was well done. Actually, I lied. I actually have 2 more questions. Mostly this is for Craig.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Easy one, which is the additional transportation after audit. One of the risks that was identified was that we wouldn't have that initiative done. What's your confidence level that we'll have that audit done and the number that's there is solid?
50-50 at this point. Not sure, because there are many factors that we really need to take a look at.
Okay. With the audit that you did, I know it was a partial audit. What amounts did you find in that audit?
Well, because we want to look at the full audit first, but just in the review that we were doing, they were able to show us on a number of the secondary runs, particularly in the afternoon, 2 students riding a bus that maybe seats 100. It was really eye-opening, and the first time that we've really been able to track who's riding each bus. So,
but ballpark, if you looked at, if we have 800 runs and this audit did, covered 100 of those, just anecdotally, what do you think could be saved by what you just saw?
I think, by even just what we were looking at, I think we were looking at least $250,000.
Mm-hmm.
So, the work that RIDE had been doing with other school districts comparable in size, again, millions in savings.
Yes.
Because no one had really done the work of looking at who was riding the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And we had people who sign up in the beginning of the year, and that's what we order the buses upon, and then it just doesn't happen.
So the amount that's in the budget here is a conservative number, but could potentially be higher.
Yep.
Okay.
And I will say, we have a transportation manager who has been managing the bus runs for a number of years and does a fantastic job at protecting the interests of the taxpayers.
Great.
And squeezes every dollar that we can get.
Awesome. One last question. I almost promised that. Just to get a clarification on your breakage number. Breakage number is about $1 million.
Yes.
We have 38 retiring. We really only need, or the target is to get 38 potentially retired, but it's truly only about 10 at top step that gets us to the breakage number.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You're saying about the number for the breakage. Yeah, I had said that historically when we look at the number of retirees, 35, 38. So you've been around there. So far, we're up to 12 or 13.
Yeah, so typically mid-30s, but that would be about $3.5 million or greater for the
Sure,
breakage.
yep.
Giving that flexibility where some may need to be replaced, whatnot, we're really only looking at 10 solid positions to get to that breakage number in your budget.
We're probably looking at a little bit more than that. So because after when we were talking about the budget, I think Councilman Foley had pointed out, so you had a teacher who maybe retired, but then, you had someone else who maybe had a math certification sitting in their pocket that we weren't aware of. And so that was having a layoff. And so that took
that's the other 28 to
Yep.
do that, the switching. So 10 clear without replacement. So out of those 38, typically, what have we seen in the past, which was real breakage typically? I know we're at a really weird retirement bell.
Yeah,
right
let
now.
me get back to you on that. I don't want to speak out of turn.
Okay.
And provide you an incorrect number.
Okay. But what I'm trying to get at is we don't, because I've seen the eyes, we don't need all 38 to retire and go away.
Right. It would be great, but
I have one teacher that will do it in a heartbeat if you let her. So, so that's all the questions I have right now.
One more thing. I have one more thing for Councilman Muto relative to risk, and it's a big one that I can't believe I forgot to mention. It would be insurance copays on property insurance. When I took over as chair in January of 2024, 2 hours after our school committee meeting concluded, the Gorton Administrative Building flooded. That was my first phone call from then Superintendent Danbrook. 2 weeks went by and the roof at Tollgate was blowing off. Another 4 weeks went by and I got a phone call while trying to be on vacation that there was an electrical fire, resulting in an additional week of vacation for the Tollgate students after the February vacation there. We recently, as you know, we had a giant tree after a microburst this school year go through the annex building roof. Ironically, the only piece of Pilgrim that we were going to keep in the new construction project. That's just our luck. And many other incidents that have occurred, constant pipe breaks due to freezing. And though we've reduced our risk potential through phase 1 and phase 2 bond investments at our elementary and some of our secondary schools, there are still some schools that are substantially old and still require investment. But to Councilman Lattiser's point, those phase 1 and phase 2 bond dollars are decreasing, and the governor's ADA compliance commission is requiring an investment to some of those properties. So I would say in my 3 years and 5 months of being on the school committee, it is more likely than not that you will have an insurance claim in the upcoming fiscal year and a co-payment as a result of that. So another risk that would drive another deficit.
So just a quick follow-up, and I promise. I know I'm probably out of time. Has there, because I know we brought this up all last year, I was a big proponent of it. Any discussion on actually getting a capital component?
Yes.
Like an enterprise fund above and beyond maintenance of effort?
That's an excellent question. The deficit reduction plan actually called for starting to establish that. And also the deficit reduction plan actually called for initiating a surplus. And we appreciate that the city's administration recognized
that when you're deciding whether you keep the electricity on or the water on, you can't really, care about your savings account at that point. So as far as a capital investment plan, it's kind of down the road at the moment, because I think we would go in succession of fulfilling our obligation of paying back the city, followed by developing a surplus, followed by developing that capital plan. So.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to make a comment tonight that it's clear to this council person, at least, that the temperature in the room tonight versus where we were 14 months ago, that the heated discussions over budget commissions and mishandling of budgets, and I think that's a testament to the work of this new administration, the work of the new support staff that's been brought in, the work of the school committee, jointly with the administration, and support that you've gotten, throughout the school department as a whole. So I just want to thank you all for the work that was done in participating in what I know was a very difficult, trying time for everyone, including the teachers and the TAs, staff, everyone. So I appreciate that we were up here 14 months ago, and it seems to me, at least, that we are much more collaborative, transparent. I don't think last year we would have had a 2.5-hour conversation that didn't end up in somebody wanting to go outside and throw blows with Chairman Galligan. But here we are. So thank you to everyone in the room, no matter what side of the aisle you're sitting on. I did want to point out just a couple of things that I saw with the budget, that it seemed that there were some substantial increases in certain line items in the 5300 block. That was explained to me that those were reallocations. Mr. Enos recognized that they were coded improperly, that ended up coming from other areas in the budget. And it looks like there was actually savings of around 100,000 with those. So again, thank you for that work. The 5600 block, though, I did want to speak about and maybe get some clarity on, specifically textbooks, library books, reference books, books in general. Those items have been substantially cut down, zero allocated to library books, and I know that part of that is, I'm assuming, likely due to technology. The other part is just the unfortunate realization of we don't have the money.
True, and there are many legislative grants that are out there that the schools can approach and get a grant. And many of our schools have very healthy Feinstein funds that they can also use, because that's an extra that they can do to improve the school.
Okay.
So, yep. Textbooks, yep. So we had left that. We did a decrease on that just due to the technology pieces of it and based upon what has been spent so far for this year. And then finally, you also see that we are responsible for non-public textbooks. So any student that is going to a private or parochial school, we are obligated to provide them with the textbooks that they need. And then depending upon the year and the subject that it is, RIDE will reimburse us a portion of that cost.
Thank you. And one question related to 56101 general supplies. Is that classroom supplies?
Yes, it is. And that also includes, that was a reallocation from our GEMSnet science kits that our schools use, that was coded incorrectly in the past, was flagged on our UCOA file. And so we are moving it up into the correct line. So
I'm going to put you in the crosshairs a little bit, so I apologize.
That's okay.
There's an increase of 300,000.
Yep.
Which is necessary, in my opinion. Also, in my opinion, not high enough. Was there any input relative to that line item from teachers that are actually in the classrooms discussing with you or the administration about how much money they expend out of their own pockets year over year for necessary items?
So we spoke to the principals. So there were some increase that were requested. However, we felt, given the other lines that we had, that we wanted to leave that flat. And then once we reallocated the GEMSnet science kits, that's what brought it up to the 1.3. To the best of my knowledge, because we've been reviewing every expense that has been requested, we've reviewed everything. Other than from what the budget commission maybe had said no to a few things, everything else so far for this year has been going on. If there's been a teacher that's been denied something, I'm not aware of that. My wife used to teach kindergarten, so I'm very well aware of the fact that teachers always go above and beyond, and they're buying supplies for their classrooms, and they don't get reimbursed.
What would be the mechanism if a teacher took money out of their pockets to buy papers, pencils, crayons, whatever they need for their classroom, to then approach the school department, school committee, yourself to apply for reimbursement for such items?
Yeah, so something like that, crayons, that would be an essential component to their classroom. They should bring that issue up to the principal and say, if they went through and they used everything that they needed, we want to make sure out of a $200 million budget, I'm sure that we can find $100 to reimburse a teacher for whatever they spent their funds on. So we want to make sure that our students and our teachers are equipped with what they have. So, but they can bring that issue forward to the principal, and if not, then they can bring that. If they don't get the appropriate response, then the executive director of elementary ed, they can bring that up.
Thank you. I think that's all I have from the budgetary standpoint. So I think a couple more of my questions may be for the chairman, or I'll take it easy on you, I promise. So I appreciate Mr. Kane's dance around. I know you can't say certain things in the record. I'll say it for you. We need to stop our students from going to North Kingstown to play soccer. So has there been any work from school committee or administration on addressing, instead of, I know the superintendent alluded to a litigation.
Yeah, we're the most unpopular people, Mr. McCaffrey and I, when he goes to the superintendent meetings and when I engage other chairs. Nobody seems to be responding when you sue them. So
have you reached out to any of the state? I mean, it's beyond our control because it's state legislation, right? So has anyone engaged with our state legislatures, or has, to your knowledge, the teachers union stepped behind you at least to support that? Can we change 1645-61 to a way that's more palatable to either more clearly define in B2 what substantially similar means or what the parameters are, or to 86 that provision altogether?
May I be candid?
Of course.
Really? We need the city council to work with us. We need to partner up as one body. We need the mayor. We need to go in, strengthen numbers. That's what we need. If you guys can send stuff up through intergovernmental resolutions to the State House, we need you guys to be backing us on that. You guys, I believe all 9 of you probably agree that this is wrong. To quote Councilman Lattiser, take them to court. That's what we're doing. So we're doing our part. We're fighting as hard as we can fight, but strengthen numbers. So we need, it's got to be a team effort as one city. Warwick pride.
Appreciate that. And I'm assuming that other cities in town are facing similar problems.
Yeah. The people that are as hurt as us are now starting to speak up. More than 50% of the cities and towns are facing deficits right now because of underfunded or unfunded mandates and people not following the pathways legislation. But I could probably tell you 5 or 6 cities that don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, heard. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Candidness.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to restate what I said last night so it's clear. The deficit reduction plan called for 2.18% increase in this fiscal year. The school department quickly demonstrated to me that it just was not possible. It would take draconian cuts that would just hurt the school department. So I agreed to appropriate in this budget 2.68%. But also they're not going to be required to make a $1.1 million payment, which would actually be to us this year. It's not coming out of that appropriation. The city's going to absorb it. It kind of sprained our back, but it didn't break it. And I just want to say that the school department, the school administration worked diligently to cut this budget. They were very creative and they worked hard at it. And into the future, they're already working on cuts there. things have changed. This didn't happen under this administration. I trust Bill McCaffrey. He's doing a great job. I get information I never got before. He tells me everything I want to know. He tells me a lot of things I don't want to know. There's been great communication. This is new. This came in with him. He has new staff, and I think the future is going to get a lot easier. I think we can finally start working together, trust each other. So that's why I appropriated this amount, and I'm recommending to the council. I'm hoping that you approve it. Thank you. Don't get a big head with all
All right, members of the public, does anyone wish to speak on this? This being the school department budget as proposed. Just keep in mind, try to make sure you're not redundant. So if somebody said something prior, rather than repeating what they said, just say what they said too. That way we can keep things moving smoothly as we have a long night ahead of us. And make
Hello.
sure when you start speaking, state your name for the
Did he
record.
say for the public? Oh, that public, that side.
Hello, my name is Kristen Ways, and I'm here tonight as a taxpayer, a voter, and an employee of the city of Warwick. I've worked, is that too loud? It's good. I've worked for Warwick Public Schools for 20 years, and I've sat in these chambers many times supporting funding for our schools. The school department should not be treated as a burden on the taxpayers. We need to invest in our students and in our schools. We cannot give the students of Warwick what they need and deserve without proper funding. I work as a teacher assistant at the Warwick Early Learning Center at JBF, which is John Brown Francis. Because of these budget cuts, the school committee has voted to make drastic reductions to our programs, and we'll be going from 10 full-day programs down to just 3, maybe 4 after now 4 after today, with new information from Mr. Carter provided this evening. 6 of our 18 classrooms will be eliminated, no, that's right, along with 14 of our 31 teacher assistants. Mr. Carter stated 7 teacher assistants being eliminated. However, he's eliminating 14, but putting back in 7 float positions. But those float positions will be used throughout the district. So they're not they might be called primarily for WELC, but we have major concerns about filling that gap. I will not take up your time this evening explaining all the complexities of our jobs, but I want to share one example. We have a student in our classroom who has been with us since his 3rd birthday. So he has been with us for all of last year and then this current year. He still has 1 year left to go. I would not hesitate to say that he is our most improved student. Yet this same child has been asked to leave 2 daycare programs in just this school year and is struggling in his 3rd. This is the impact our program has on these children. So this particular student will now only be offered a half-day program. I'm asking you to fully fund Warwick Public Schools so we can continue providing quality education and support, especially for the students and families served by WELC. Warwick Public Schools should be funded with the same commitment and priority as any other essential service in our city. Mr. Ricks, you asked how much it would cost to restore programming at WELC. I was quoted in an email, $900,000. I don't know the numbers. As far as the IEPs being followed going forward, the staff at WELC have significant concerns. The students currently in the full-day programs have IEPs that have 2.5 to 3 service hours. These programs going to half-day, adding the planning time, that would reduce the day to less. It's just over 2 hours, I believe. So I don't know how that works out following IEPs. We don't have itinerants. That's why we have that planning time. We don't have art. We don't have phys ed. So, which is when some teachers have their planning time. I'm losing my place. Those particular conversations obviously need to happen with the school department and with Mr. Carter. That is not for, I know you don't decide where the money is spent. We just want to ensure that the programs at Welk are kept at a sufficient, it is so important to keep them for these students. They make such gains in that time period, and the money you spend on the front end of these kids when they're young, you're not going to spend later on. You're going to spend twice as much later on. And we see huge success with our programs. We're also concerned about the community peers. We struggle to get community peers. Going from 5 full-day integrated classrooms down to maybe 1 would really put at risk getting community peers. And community peers are essential to our programs. The IEP students benefit from it, the community peers benefit from it, and it's also a RIDE requirement that we have a certain number of integrated classrooms. So we need those community peers. The numbers also don't make sense to us, going from 5 AAP to 2 and 5 full day to 1 doesn't seem to accommodate the needs of our students. We have rolling enrollment. So as soon as a child turns 3 years old, they are eligible to enroll. We have students enrolling this week, next week, June. They start. If they turn 3, then they start. And I want to thank you for your time and attention. I know there were a lot of questions about Welk, and we appreciate that. It's unimaginable that we're trying to reduce the budget on the backs of the neediest and most vulnerable population. We have a playground party tomorrow that I hope you all got your invitations to, and we hope to see you there. It's a dedication of our new playground and a bench for our former student, Liam Dempsey. So I hope to see you guys there, and I thank you for your time.
Hello, Michelle Comar, Ward 1. Good follow-up with the Welk teacher or teacher assistants, because I attended some of the school committee meetings or listened to Ustream, and I learned quite a bit, especially about the Welk program and how important it is to parents and those students enrolled. And I was going to ask, what was the net savings or reduction in the budget for the reduction in the Welk program? Oh, no, it's okay. The Welk program was reduced. What was the reduction in the budget that resulted?
So we were reducing four teachers and seven TAs, right? So 640, and then 7, so about 1.2.
1.2 million?
Yep.
All right. Do we have students coming in from other districts that go to Welk?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so this is better as a local school. Do other
Yes.
communities have similar programs?
Do other what?
Other municipalities have similar programs?
Yes, they do.
All right. Is it RIDE required or can it be RIDE funded?
So the RIDE required, because once a student is identified through Child Find as having the need, then we have to provide the service, whatever that need is. So that is required in the, and I think I'm saying this correctly, within the half-day model.
Okay, of preschool.
Of preschool.
Pre-kindergarten. Right.
Correct. Yep.
Well, that'd be interesting if this is a really important program to look at other funding sources to support, because I heard the parents and I heard the teachers. And really what works is one teacher and 2 teaching assistants per classroom. So if we can figure out a way to help out fund that program, that'd be wonderful. But I know you used it to reduce your budget, and I appreciate that as a taxpayer. Couple questions for you. I appreciated your comment. We had a quick discussion after one meeting about the sharing of resources between the municipal side and the school department. I think that would be interesting for everybody to hear.
Sure. So, I think, as much as, we've been working well together, I think very much so over the past year. When if we've had a big sinkhole outside of vet, I make a phone call to Lynn and, her guys are able to do it. They take care of it. Similarly, when there's been plumbing issues happening at the ice rink out back, our plumbers have been doing that. The school department. So you haven't been paying an outside source to come in. We've been able to take care of that. As we've been doing the munis trainings over the past year, we've been opening up to the city in case there's anyone who wants to have a refresh on a training. So it's been, I think, a really good working relationship. We've been trying to save money wherever we can.
Now, at one time, there was a bulldozer in your budget, I believe, for $10,000. Did that get nixed or?
So so the director of facilities, the backhoe, which is from the 1980s, needs to be replaced. And I said, well, we can't put the purchase in the budget, but we did put in the budget the first year payment for a lease. Which would give us a lease payment for 3 years. 3 years. And then on that 3rd year, we would have to pay it off. So
I was hoping DPW could help out with that. I'm sure they have all kinds of sizes of buckets and for the needs that you might have, and to take that out of your budget totally.
Yeah.
That's my wish list. Okay, so I commend all the council people for being here today. Maybe my mind's a little tired and foggy, so I want to check this number. The school budget deficit reduction at the 1.1 million figure is included in the school budget, so it increases their budget because the school department did not pay back the city or pass that to the city. So that's on page 46. On page 47, the next page, and the mayor explained this a little bit, but it's included as a revenue source to the city side. But actually, and I want to get clarification, is it a positive or negative? And if it's into the city budget, and if it's because what it did is it increased the school budget by that amount. And the revenue got decreased by that amount. So is that twice the makeup amount we have to do either on the rainy day fund or by increased taxes? I just can't figure out the math. Thank you.
Hi, Lynn Prodger, Finance Director of the city side. So the way that we have budgeted it has been well vetted by the city's audit firm, by the state's auditor general, and then who else? This council is also vetting it. It's a little convoluted. Oh, and the Division of Municipal Finance. So it is well checked. The city side of the budget has an expense side to pay it off. The revenue side is pulling from effectively the city's fund balance. And then in the school financials, a similar entry will happen. The net effect being no change to the maintenance of effort, but the city is, over the course of next year, will be paying off that.
Okay. All right, so I guess since taxpayers write one check for their taxes, how does that, because I think it's easier to think about it in this way, that's why I'm saying this.
Yeah.
So is the tax rate increased to cover double that amount now because it was credited as a revenue, but it was also credited as an expense in the budget for the school department?
The fund balance will be paying it off, so there's no effect to the tax rate. There will be a reduction in the fund balance for the city.
There'll be a reduction where, please?
In our fund balance, everybody likes to call it the rainy day fund. It's the fund balance.
Right, the rainy day fund. How does it reduce the rainy day fund that we need to?
It will reduce it by the $1 million, the 1.1.
And where is that coming from? How's that being paid?
It's not a cash transaction. There's nobody writing a check to pay off an actual debt per se. We're just using the city's fund balance to pay it off.
So the taxpayers are paying for the budget reduction money that the school department kept to increase their budget. And so I just don't understand how that is counted as revenue on the city side if the school department didn't transfer it over.
Because the use of fund balance is considered revenue in our budget.
Okay, but in reality, because that's all I can deal with, I'm not an accountant. Does this, you said it decreases the rainy day fund, meaning we're going to take money out of the rainy day fund, or?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that makes sense to me now.
Right.
Okay, so this decision is increasing the check that taxpayers write because the school department is using it to increase their budget.
They're not using it to increase their budget.
Well, the number on page 46, department total includes the 1.14 million.
It's not increasing their budget. It's not increasing the maintenance of effort. The city is just forgiving that part of the debt.
Okay, what is the total school budget that they're proposing?
$203,874,517.
Okay, so on page 46, that's the top line item, and the 1.14 million is not added. It's added in this table.
Can I walk over there?
You want to look at the table? Sure. This is the handout at the benches out front.
Yeah, so it's over here, right?
The council might want to hear this because they can figure out the numbers better than I can.
Sorry. Oh, Jesus. And then it's over here as well. I just want to make sure you actually see it. It's here as well, you see? So it's on page 53 as school deficit reduction. And then on the city budget, it is on page 46 as school deficit reduction. They just negate each other.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. So the net result is that taxpayers will be paying more because the school department decided to not refund the 1.14 million, correct?
It doesn't affect the tax rate because it's affecting our rainy day fund.
Well, that's taxpayers' money.
Yeah, yes.
It's
yes,
still taxpayers' money. Okay. Thank you so much for clearing all that up. And my final comment is, and I try to learn when I go to meetings, and I'm kind of a fish out of the water because I don't have children in the school system, so I try to learn at these meetings of the school committee. And the negativity I heard, and I just want to give credit where credit is due. Warwick taxpayers, the city council, and the mayor all consider kids and their education first. And that is shown through our commitment to fund 2 new high schools at $350 million that, believe me, will be a strain on our seniors to pay their taxes this year. So please give a rah-rah out to the taxpayers when you can. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amber Perry, and I am here to just attest to WELC. My daughter, damn it, I said I wouldn't get emotional. It's fine. So my daughter has level 1 autism. which there's 3 levels generally, and level 1 being the least aggressive, you could say. She started WELC when she turned 3 years old, and that was April 30th, so she started the beginning of May. When she started, she was in an IEP only class, so she was one of 7 kids, and of those 7, she was one of 2 verbal children. So she could say words, express her emotions, say no to things, all of that fun stuff that every toddler does. Since then, she went into the summer program, which is 7:30 to 11:30 in the morning. Great help. It kept the structure going for the few months that she started her pre-K 3, you could say. So this year that we're in currently is her first full year. They switched her from being a full IEP class because she would have been one of 4 students, that she would have been the only verbal student. And the thing we wanted to strengthen and work on was her being able to see other children, how they spoke, how they worked together, integrated, played, all of those things. So we switched her from an IEP only class to the integrated with peers class. I'm here just as a concerned parent for the decrease of integrated classes at WELC, because I can attest that my daughter is not the same person. She plays with kids, which she never did before, ever. It's like holding kids' hands, asking, hey, I don't want to say another child's name, but Bob, come play with me, things like that. And that was one of my biggest fears, because I also have a 2-year-old, and she at the time could not be bothered with him whatsoever. So now in an integrated peer class with her 1 main teacher and technically 3 TAs, but 1 is for a few students who need a lot of extra attention. So we'll just say 2 TAs. They have shown her leaps and bounds how to grow. I'm with her all day. Thankfully, I can work from home and I can drive her to and from, so don't worry, I'm not an extra cost for driving my kid to school. Savings. But I've seen her grow in ways that I think even a classic pre-K would not have been able to give her. She's gotten speech therapy. She doesn't necessarily need occupational therapy. I think she gets it here and there just on fine motor skills. But her speech therapy, being around other peers, typical children, the ones who do not need an IEP, has been pivotal in her education program. And that is why I wanted to come up and speak, because I just wanted to express the difference of the classes, because I think there was a little confusion. And for full day versus half day. Full day, she thrives. She's learning so much. She's absorbing. She's around all these kids playing on the playground, seeing what they do, seeing how to be a normal kid. And if she had to go to a half-day program, granted with peers, I think it would just be such a disservice. She would regress drastically, especially she's still another full year of pre-K before she goes to kindergarten. So next year, if I had to have her in a half-day class, I think it almost wouldn't even be worth it. I feel that I'd have to pull her out. And as someone who lives closer to East Greenwich than I do Warwick, because I have that silly 02818 zip code for paying Warwick taxes, I would be more inclined to try to get her into a program in a different district, just because I think it would help her the most. And not to mention also my son, just future speaking, I was so excited that he might have the same school at WELC, the same teachers even, maybe, obviously, but just the same experience that my daughter has gotten. But now with all of the budget cuts, I see that even in a year or two, that will not be an option. I feel like every year there's going to be more of a deficit. There's going to be more things that need our money, and there's not going to be this opportunity to grow. I don't even know if in 2 years WELC will exist with all the changes that are being made. So I just wanted to come up and speak as someone who stalked all of you extensively online and noticed that you all, for the most part, went to a Warwick school. Most of you have children in Warwick schools. Most of you received your bachelor's or your master's at universities in this state. And I just think it's very important to notice that education starts from the ground up. And our kids, like, even it's just a preschool program, but she's learning and grasping and growing. And this is something that if she didn't have available, who knows what she might be in 10 years. And that's also to speak to the AP classes, which I'm a little fuzzy on that information you were throwing out, because when I went to another meeting, it was 8 people required, and then it was 10 people required, then it was 12 required for an AP class. And I think that our kids deserve a great pre-K experience, especially if they need extra assistance. And I think our kids also deserve to better themselves with AP credits in order to go to universities like most of you here have. And it's heartbreaking to see what's happening at Tollgate. I didn't know anything about it before coming to these meetings, so news brief to me. But the fact that there's so many cuts, specifically in the science department, it's devastating for kids who, I could never get into AP Chem or physics or anything of that nature. I have a business degree, but the kids who want to and can't because the requirements keep changing, or a teacher retires and isn't fulfilled in that position, or another teacher is being cut, and now there's all these classes that are disappearing on top of APs and electives that are disappearing with that. I don't think it's fair. I'm hopeful that expressing lovely emotion and telling you my own personal experience from my young daughter and son, who will hopefully, if things go well, eventually be in Warwick schools. The teachers are pivotal, and the kids are our future, and I think they deserve all of the assistance. And we're Warwick, we're huge. We have to be able to get money from somewhere, and teachers don't get overtime. They're salaried employees. Every other department gets millions allocated to overtime, which, again, ignorance is bliss. I'm just getting into identifying all of these things, and I'm just bringing it up because if I didn't, I would regret it. And then with the school systems in general, with enrollment and it constantly going down, it's because young families are leaving the district. Because if you don't get assistance and get supported in your taxpayer dollars, why would you want to stay? And that's when I just go to, on the main Warwick page for our Captain Picozzi, my desire and goal is to make Warwick be a place that young families desire to move to, because this is no longer the case. The cornerstone of my plan will be to improve our school system. As a former Warwick School Committee chairman, I can attest to the fact that the relationship between the school department and city government has always been adversarial, at times viciously so. And that was when he was running for office. So as a parent to 2 young children, and a parent that sees how much our teachers are putting into our future and how much they're year after year deprived, I'm hopeful that even the people who might not want the money spent in this budget, that maybe you'll find it in your hearts to look for that penny, that nickel, that extra dollar anywhere. Hell, I'll even offer my professional services for free if there's anything that could help our kids, because when everyone isn't in this chair position, our children will be. And we need to make sure they're as educated as possible to be doing what you're doing. And then I won't say all of the quotes I found from all of you about education, because everyone here thinks education is important. And on the main webpage, it's usually in one of all of your bullet points. So thank you very much. And I hope everyone has a wonderful night, because I'm going to go feed my kids. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Kate Golbitz, and I'm very loud. I'm a school social worker in Warwick Schools for the past 14 years. I've worked in other mental health capacities, to include at Bradley. I've also worked in the hospital setting, evaluating children with mental health crises and adults. I'm here today as the school social worker at Welk. I had the wonderful opportunity to start working there this school year. And I came into a school that is so fantastically adequately staffed at present. Children are supported and they're safe. Throughout tonight's meeting and the different comments that people were making, I kept thinking of the Washington Bridge. And yes, I know we're not in East Providence, but I thought of the Washington Bridge because I think WELC is Warwick's bridge for children to their education. It is a bridge for our youngest, most vulnerable learners in this city. And the teaching assistants and the teachers at WELC are the tie downs. Now, clearly, I'm not a bridge builder. I just learned what a tie down is, but I learned that it's the tie downs. That was a major reason that that bridge failed. My concern with WELC is that we are eliminating a significant amount of tie downs. Those tie downs, again, being teacher assistants and teachers. We have some classes at WELC that have 3 students that require a teacher and 2 assistants, and I'll tell you why. Because sometimes we have students who have already, at 3, 4, just 5 years old, had to go to hospitals for admissions for being unsafe. When we have these children in our school systems, we need to staff adequately. We need to staff so that we are not creating risk. And if we are not staffing adequately, we are creating risk. These small children, some of who come to us with some severe mental health conditions, certainly developmental disabilities, oftentimes nonverbal. We have children putting things in their mouths. In an instant, they can ingest something. That is risk for you. So again, just like the Washington Bridge, if we could turn back time, those tie downs needed to be maintained. Those tie downs needed to be adequate to hold up the bridge. And right now, what we're doing at WELC, eliminating these tie downs, that bridge is going to falter. That bridge carries children with disabilities and without. It allows people to work in the city of Warwick, to bring in more revenue to the city of Warwick. Gross, net, risk. These are all things we need to think about, and I encourage you all to look at the monies that are being appropriated to the schools, and certainly how the schools are using those monies to make sure that we have adequate tie downs in place. We're really considering the gross and the net and the risk. Lastly, I'm very concerned when we are making this really what is a very small cut here and now, which is going to cause so much, it's going to be more costly in the future. Again, these children at WELC, we are teaching them how to learn, how to interact with others. We are preparing them for kindergarten and on. To remove that building block, to remove that bridge, certainly they will falter. Thank you very much for your time.
Stephanie Catanzaro, Tollgate High School science teacher, taxpayer. I've been teaching 21 years now in the district. I wear 2 hats right now. I'm going to share a little bit of my experience with you, as well as the experience of some of my students that came to speak tonight. They unfortunately had to leave early so they could be inducted into the National Honor Society. So these are our high achieving students who are quite upset right now. So I'd like to also mention that these students are my students this year, so they're not here to advocate just for me or my class. They're here to advocate for their future in this district. To answer some of your questions from before, my personal experience is that AP classes, just 4 years ago, I had 4 students in my class. Last year, I had the 3 remaining years since then, I've had over the minimum, no questions asked. This past year, when we made the current schedule that we're teaching in right now, I was told that I needed 8 students minimum to run that class. I had 6 signed up, and they canceled the class because I didn't have 8. But Bio AP this year is running with 4 students. So I had 6 sign up. My class got cut. Biology is running with 4. And now this year, when we're making our schedules, we are told that that number has been increased to 12 students. So when the original schedules were proposed in March, I at that point only had 4 in AP Physics 1. As of today, I am at the 12 student mark. I have 12 students interested in AP Physics 1 right now. When these students go to guidance, they are told that they can't add the class because it's not in Aspen, in the schedule builder. So the class has been removed, and it's not there. So the guidance counselors can't put those classes in, and it looks like only 4 kids still wanted to take it. So I don't know if this is a fluid situation, if this can still get added to the schedule or not for my Physics 1 AP class. Talking about eliminating the science teacher at Tollgate High School in the current proposed budget, that was approved this week and last week, I suppose. I guess last week was to approve the total number, and this was to approve the individual teachers. Last school year, we lost a science teacher who retired, and that position was not fulfilled. So we lost about 100 seats in science classrooms when they did not fulfill that teaching position. We were down in enrollment by only 44 students. This current year, they already voted and approved to eliminate another science position. And this current school year, we're only down by 49 students. So in those 2 years, yes, our enrollment is down. And we can cover the fact that we lost our science teacher last year, but we can't afford to lose another science teacher at Tollgate High School this year. A lot of the classes that they teach, or the classes, that will be eliminated will end up being elective classes because we still have to teach the state required classes to the students who are still here. If we lost 200 students in 2 years, I would say, oh, I guess we have to lose a science teacher. But we haven't lost 200 students. We've only lost 100 in 2 years, which would account for the 1 loss of teaching position. Also, eliminating the teaching position has overloaded some of our other classes. So a class that might have been 22, 24 students is now at 27. I have an honors class that has 27 students, and they can attest to you what a difference it would be if just 5 to 8 of them got moved to another section. The schedule is so tight that the person who makes our schedule went through every single student's schedule to see if they could make a switch, and it wouldn't work because they had so many high-achieving classes that they are only offered on certain periods of the day. So every department at Tollgate High School is fighting for the same 50 students in all of our honors and AP classes, the same 80 students maybe. And it's not working. So we need to fix what's broken. We need to make a clear policy on how many students are needed in each class. We can't just raise it by 300% in 2 years, from 4 to 8 to 12 in just 2 years. My other hat is to speak on behalf of my physics students who were dismayed to hear about the loss of a teacher at Tollgate High School. Like I said, I'm speaking on behalf of them, but it is not in defense of my teaching or my classes that might run next year. And this would have been very passionate coming from the students, so I'm going to try to live it up for him. But is there a price tag on our future? Students have curious and developing minds. They are the next generation, the next workforce, the nurses, the contractors, the engineers. They are the future. The choices they make will affect our loved ones and entire family. An educated, employed, and enthusiastic young workforce drives society into prosperity. But what are we actively doing right now? Cutting teachers, taking away precious promise of opportunity, taking away chance for more exposure to different studies, putting more pressure on other teachers and giving them less time to guide their already established classes. I can agree there are problems with our current budget, but cutting teachers has immensely deeper impact than covering a deficit. We have to ask ourselves, what really is a teacher? Teachers are the direct connection between our schools and the students attending them. Every program we have, every lesson to be taught, academic lessons or moral lessons, reach the student body through teachers. School does not function without that bridge between the future and the ones who will help prepare them for their future. This isn't just their future, this is everyone's future. You see numbers and not individuals, not society as a broader community than just a bunch of taxpayers and expenses. Your children, your grandchildren, or your nieces and nephews, all of your family pursuing an education are being given a price tag. But in reality, we need to be looking at them as factors. The best teacher availability and capability can mean the best student comprehension and improvement. The best students mean the best future. But if you treat them as just a bill, if you look at them as an expense and not as an investment, and you're foregoing foresight and choosing the short-term cheap solution. Do things cost money? Of course they do. But when it comes to our future, personal or in regards to the public as a whole, we cannot afford to take shortcuts. We cannot cut corners on the cornerstones of our society. We cannot look at our students and teachers as assets. We cannot put a price tag on our future. We have brand new schools and we're actively building, and all they're going to end up being are structures made of bricks and mortar containing our underexposed and underappreciated future. Bricks do not educate kids, teachers do, mentors, guides, instructors. When I look outside of my school, I see the brand new building being constructed, and to me that symbolizes hope, that driving for positive change, for improvement to get to the future. But the future is being shortened and bet against. So I ask this of everyone. Do not abandon us. Yes, student enrollment is down, but that doesn't mean abandon the kids that are still here. We are still here, still trying, still learning, still hoping to succeed, to be able to take pathways, to be able to succeed in the future held by everyone. Those were the words of my students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stuart Wilson. I'm from Ward 1. I am a parent of 2 students who go to Wyman Elementary School, so go Wyman. And I also volunteer there, and I teach in the after-school program as well. I teach theater there, so I have some idea of what's going on. A lot of it, actually. And what I want to say about Wyman, from my experience, I know is true of Welk too, and I have something from a Welk parent I'm going to read in a little bit. But so you understand my experience, we have this school in our community, E.T. Wyman, that is so much more than a building, right? And it serves the community in so many ways, and the community serves it, right? If you destroy a school, you risk you risk destroying the community. You could see the harm it does. Some schools were closed in Warwick. I know enrollment is down. That means we need to ensure that the schools left have more than they need, because there are overstuffed classrooms in these schools, and there are schools that are being neglected. I know $350 million was spent on high schools, and I think that's great. However, I don't think it's great that it costs so much more. I know that there was inflation, right? But nobody likes when the price tag goes up on the schools. Of course we don't like that. But unfortunately, the city of Warwick does not have the power to escape market trends and the overall financial resources. Nonetheless, it's a great investment in the future. At my kids' school, we recently did a supply drive. Kids bring in paper. We asked kids to bring in reams of paper because the teachers need paper to print things out. One person making the most of the existing elementary school is Heather Clark. She's a first grade teacher there, and I want to call her out by name. She is my kid's teacher now twice. She has presented a new kind of patience for my second kid that I can be nothing but grateful for. We have a new principal there, Mrs. Dyko. And I love Mrs. Dyko, and one thing she's been teaching us all about is a growth mindset. And I'm proud to say my oldest son, Henry, won the Growth Mindset Award. So that's great. And he very much wanted me to speak here tonight. But as he explained, growth mindset is even though you don't know about something, you can learn about it. The city of Warwick needs a growth mindset, okay? And I think, frankly, the mayor has a growth mindset. He understands that as we invest in our city, the city continues to grow and the revenues grow accordingly. But the best way to do that is to invest in the kids, okay? So that also keeps the kids in our schools, so we won't be paying to send them to other districts, all right? When we have the best schools, we will keep the kids. That's good for everything. I'm sorry, I have to jump around a little bit. So, to my point on WELC as an excellent investment in the future of these kids, right? So that we're not behind the gun as they progress through the school systems. Because here's the thing about these kids. Once they're done at WELC, they're going to the public schools, and there could be over 20 people in a class with no TA. Like, that's an incredible jump for a kid, okay? So let's invest in them now. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Warwick parent Caitlin Greeley, who could not be present due to child care constraints. Caitlin asked me to share her strong concerns regarding the proposed cuts to the Warwick Early Learning Center, including reductions to classrooms, teaching assistants, and full-day preschool programming. She understands that Warwick is facing serious budget challenges and that difficult decisions need to be made. However, she strongly believes that cuts to early childhood education, especially services for our youngest and most vulnerable learners, are not where those reductions should occur. 2 of Caitlin's children have benefited tremendously from WELC. Her daughter, in particular, has thrived in the full-day preschool program. She wanted to emphasize that the teachers and teaching assistants at WELC provide an extraordinary level of academic, social, and emotional support during one of the most critical stages of child development. And as a parent, I know how critical those years are. I know these kids. I know how helped they have been by WELC. These proposed reductions would have real impacts on children and families. Reducing teaching assistants will directly affect classroom support and student safety. Moving programs from full-day to half-day models will significantly reduce the consistency and quality of services students receive. Families who rely on full-day preschool options will face additional hardship and instability. Caitlin also asked me to emphasize that teaching assistants are essential. They are a critical part of helping classrooms function effectively and ensure students receive the attention and support they need. It is also clear that the community deeply values these programs. The petition to preserve WELC services is now approaching 1,000 signatures, reflecting widespread concern among Warwick families and residents. Early childhood education is foundational to the future success of our schools, students, and city. Caitlin respectfully urges the council to prioritize preserving existing WELC services, including full-day preschool options and adequate classroom staffing, as budget decisions move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration. Before I move on, or give you this back, I do want to go back once again to talk about, this is $1.1 million. This is an amount of money we can find. It's 11 people. That seems like a great way to have some good jobs in the city too. And the other phrase I kept thinking about was community peers, right? And how perfect a term that is, right? Because the community peers are also being served by this, as is the community. This is where we start to build that community that keeps us safe, that keeps us growing, and that will continue to support these kids' education by the whole community. For some of them, right through college, they'll be able to go and stay in Warwick. And I know that, you know, we're not here to talk about that, but we do want them here K through 12. And we should be showing them that this is an excellent place to learn. Thank you so much.
Jacob Medora, Warwick resident, Warwick graduate, proud Warwick teacher. As a teacher, I find it part of that role to advocate on the behalf of the students. And that's all students. That's students with special needs, that's students who are athletes, that's students who are AP and honor students as well. As I just wanted to add on to what Ms. Catanzaro stated, there were 5 or 6 Tollgate students who were here tonight who unfortunately had to leave early because they were getting inducted into the National Honor Society. Just for context, I come to the school section of the budget meeting every year, and to my count, it has been 8 years. 8 years since that number of students has come to advocate for themselves and their future and their education. So if there's any doubt that they're the future of this city and one day might be sitting in one of your seats, I think that's all the proof you need. Think of what we've gone through over the last 8 years. We've gone through a once-in-a-century pandemic, distance learning, a high school bond, a financial school crisis. And this tonight was the most students who came out to advocate for their education. And my simple message is give them what they need. To give some context to Mr. Sinapi's questions of Director Crane, he asked him, were any AP classes cut? And Mr. Crane answered that none were directly cut, which is true. With that said, whoever made the decision to make the cutoff from 8 to 12, which is a 50% increase year over year, had an indirect consequence of cutting AP classes. And why else would we do that? What other rational explanation would there be than to be able to cut possibly 3 AP classes that ran this year, and would have 8 to run next year, but don't have 12? Just some food for thought. I know, this council doesn't have the power or the authority to direct the school committee or the school district to do anything. With that said, you do have the power to recommend, you do have the power to suggest, and you do have the power to encourage. About 5 years ago, Mr. Sinapi found on money, it was a line item approximately a little more than $10,000 to reinstate the robotics program at Windman, if I remember correctly. And he asked the school department, if I give you X, will you spend it on this? The school department did, and at least to my knowledge, that's exactly how it happened. So my suggestion is you do the same thing. You encourage, suggest that the school department run the AP students for the future of Warwick. Thank you.
Hello, Darlene Netco. I've been teaching for 38 years, 36 of which have been in Warwick. I'm also president of the Warwick Teachers Union. Before I make the comments I intended to make, I need to make some corrections of statements that happened earlier this evening. First of all, substitute salary line item. I'm not sure, it wasn't broken down, but some of that money could be going for substitute pay for absentee administrators as well as absent teachers. They sometimes provide subs for teachers that have to go for professional development during the school day. Some of that money could be in there. The money that goes for teachers who are absent to provide a substitute is a finite amount, and once that amount is spent, the teachers pay for the rest of the substitute. So there's a formula in the contract that dictates how this amount is arrived at, and then each teacher pays a certain amount of money for each day that they were out. And so that line item, as far as the teachers are concerned, does not get exceeded. It's a finite amount. Now, I cannot speak for what happens when administrators are out, where that money comes from, or where anybody else is out, but I can speak about the contract regarding teacher absences and teachers' pay for the days that they are out. Now, also regarding the 90 days, as was pointed out earlier, we have that in our contract because we do not have workman's comp. And that was a decision that a previous city council made 40 years ago. So that is not under my control. That is not under the school department's control. That is under the city's control. The city made that determination. We have the 90 days because women who are out on maternity leave get to be on maternity leave based on that 90 days. People who unfortunately become very sick, cancer, etc., that's how they are out of school on that 90 days. I don't think anyone would be so heartless to deprive someone the right to maintain their job if they have cancer and need to be out. And I don't think anyone would be so heartless to deprive a woman of being out because she has given birth. But if that's what you are insinuating, we shouldn't have 90 days out, and we don't have workman's comp, we don't have TDI or anything else, then what is a person to do? People get sick, people need days out. And furthermore, the school department conducted a study about 6 or 7 years ago that determined that the 90 days was not being abused. So if you want to see that report, you can talk to me and I will produce it for you, and you can read it yourself in black and white. It's an easy way to attack 90 days, but as you can see, it's necessary. Now, regarding the WELC teachers having Fridays as every other Friday as a non-teaching day, that had to be put in place because our WELC teachers were not getting non-teaching time. They were going to work and barely getting time to eat lunch because they were with their students all day long. Fortunately, our teachers have TAs, and together they work as a team to work and educate the students. And so when the teachers would be able to go to eat lunch because the TAs were in the room, or another professional in the building. But that every other Friday was put in place so our WELC teachers could get at least the non-teaching time that other teachers in the district get. Now, if you add up the minutes, it doesn't even add up to, say, for example, the 225 minutes a week that our elementary teachers get. And by the way, our elementary classroom teachers do not get non-teaching time every day if they do not have an itinerant on that day. They have their lunch and that's it. So we don't have itinerants at WELC, so our teachers don't have that opportunity to have non-teaching time, hence the every other Friday. And once again, people in other professions get breaks. Our teachers at WELC are entitled to a break. Regarding the AP classes and the scheduling, Ms. Catanzaro mentioned Aspen to you. As a former department head, one who scheduled for my English department at Tollgate High School, I can tell you the way scheduling used to work. The administrator in charge of scheduling would take a look at all of the course requests from all of the students and figure out how many sections of each course should run. That administrator would then tell the department head, you need to schedule 14 ninth grade English classes, or we have enough students for 2 sections of SAT prep, or we have this, that, whatever. Then the department heads would get together with that administrator and would figure out where to place the AP classes, we called them singletons, in order to prevent kids from having conflicts in their schedule. And it would get to the point, as Ms. Catanzaro had mentioned earlier, printing out the list of names for each course request and seeing if there was a conflict. And then we would say, okay, you're going to put your class period 7, I'll put mine period 1, and then the kids can take what they want. That's not happening anymore because Aspen, as Ms. Catanzaro mentioned, is the program, is the online student system that Warwick uses. And the kids no longer fill out their requests on a piece of paper and leave a paper trail. They go into Aspen and they can only select what's in the drop-down menu in Aspen. And I discovered this year,
because some of my colleagues called it to my attention that the program of studies changed from 2024 to this year. And some courses, I'll give you an example, a heritage foreign language course that used to run at Pilgrim was missing from the drop-down menu. So how are our kids supposed to sign up for classes if they are missing from this drop-down menu? I think in this regard, we kind of need to go back to the days of paper. So there's a paper trail, and so we can see who has signed up for what and where it can go. Now, as far as the cuts, in addition to the cuts at Welk, the 4 or 6 teachers, the number has changed. There was also a cut in what's called the diagnostic teacher, the DPT, for evaluating 3-year-olds coming into the system. We had 3, and it was a hard fight to get 3. And now we're back down to 2. So each of our DPTs is going to have approximately 100 students that they're in charge of evaluating. That's excessive. Regarding the other cuts, they've cut an English teacher in each high school. That is going to result in larger class sizes and loss of electives. They've cut a social studies teacher in each high school. Again, loss of electives and increased class sizes. You heard about the science teacher issue. Loss of electives, increased number in classes. I want to clarify something else. Ms. Catanzaro mentioned 100 students. The class size maximum is 26. So theoretically, a teacher could have over 125 students, could have 130 students, and many of our middle school teachers do. Fortunately, at the high school level, class size with all 5 classes is around 100 because there might be some AP classes or electives in there that aren't maxed out at 26. You're going to be looking at everybody having about 125 students on their caseload.
Got 1 minute, Ms. Necko.
Well, that was only to clarify stuff that happened earlier. So I don't think it's fair that I now have to reduce what I'd planned to say because I had to clarify misinformation. But okay, I'll try to make it quick. You've heard this before. The Budget Commission, your Budget Commission proved that our schools needed $2.1 million for fiscal year 26. Add that 2.1 million in, that was the original budget the administration put out. The Budget Commission went through everything with a fine-tooth comb. They approved every expenditure that came before them except for $27,000 for Ed Puzzle and $100,000 for student assistance, which they then told the city to take out of the opioid money. Our schools have consolidated in 2016 and 2018. There's a narrative out there that we are empty buildings. We are not. If you look at Scott Elementary, because people keep mentioning Scott, that's because we have a number of special ed, self-contained classrooms where students spend some of the time there, maybe a maximum of 8 or 9 students, and then go into the other classrooms for inclusion.
Ms. Necko, you're out of time, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I guess it's just too bad that I couldn't have been allowed to speak earlier to clarify the stuff about 90 days and the contract. Maybe next time you have a question about the contract, ask me.
So I'm Anna Conti. I'm a special educator at Warwick Early Learning Center. And I'm very
sorry, can
grateful.
you state your name? We didn't catch that.
I'm so sorry. It does feel like, woo. Anna Conti. And I'm a special educator at Warwick Early Learning Center. And I appreciate everyone's time, and I cannot imagine the amount of work that it has taken to put together this budget. And I would want nothing to do with it, frankly. But here I am, because I do want something to do with it, because this is affecting my students, and that affects me, because that's why I got into education, because it matters. Just in terms of some points of clarification, we receive students in 3 ways. We get students either from the child outreach screenings, We also, oftentimes, our community peers are identified by the special educators in the classroom as perhaps needing special education services and are thereby referred to special education for testing and screening, and oftentimes qualify for IEPs at that point. And we also get students who are receiving early intervention services, which is a federally funded, federally mandated program. When they are 3 years old, they are eligible for services through the school department in which their parents are living. So those are the 3 ways that we receive students. And that's why it's an ongoing enrollment throughout the year. Every single year, our classrooms start at smaller numbers. My classroom, typically, I teach in a self-contained classroom. I typically start with 4 or 5 students. I have never ended the year with less than 9. And mine is a specialty program for which students have to, there's a myriad of reasons why they qualify. So the other classrooms are receiving students on a much more ongoing basis. All of our AAP classes currently have between 5 and 6 students, I believe. So while we do have 5 AAP classrooms right now, and yes, the numbers are low for September, anticipating lower numbers for September, they will most certainly be needing more AAP classrooms. And those classrooms require a very specific certification that people walking down the street are not carrying. So we're going to lose teachers that are currently using those certifications because we're going to speak to the numbers at the beginning of the year. Also, we're not going to be violating IEPs. Teachers would never allow that to happen. Yes. However, as people have spoken about before, finding community peers for half-day programs is much more challenging. We could fill 25 classrooms with full-day peers, but finding parents who are able to get their students to school for only a half day is incredibly challenging. We don't have enough community peers right now in the integrated half-day classrooms that we have available. And that, while yes, RIDE does give us leeway because we are constantly searching for enrollment in those community peer programs, technically is not best practice and can be considered a violation of IEPs because the students with IEPs that are placed in that programs are there because they should be receiving education in an integrated setting with students who are typically developing, because that is best practice for those students. So that's a problem. And the teachers that are teaching these programs, we have specific certifications at Warwick Early Learning Center. We have to be certified in both regular and special education for early childhood. Those people are also not just walking down the streets, and they're very hard to find mid-year because they've already been hired by all of the other districts. So I understand that times are hard and we are in a financial crisis, and many districts are in a financial crisis. But that doesn't mean that we should be saying it's okay, it's adequate, it's enough, we're going to make it work. I don't think that that is what the goal we should be reaching for. I come from a long line of educators, okay? My grandfather was superintendent of schools in Johnston. My parents met teaching at the city that shall not be named. They both taught for over 45 years, and now here I am teaching in Warwick, and I am so proud to be a Warwick Public Schools teacher. I am so proud. I tell everyone, if you want the best special education services, you come to Warwick, because I've never seen anything like the teachers and the teaching assistants that I have seen in this district. It is incredible. So investing in our littlest learners, there have been studies that have shown that investment in early childhood education increases the likelihood of students graduating from high school, attending 2- and 4-year colleges, and it also is they are higher earners in their careers. So there's direct correlation between investment in early childhood education and bringing money back into the city. it's not today. And I understand that. And I understand that we're talking about right now. But someday we have to look into the future and recognize that we can't just talk about putting Band-Aids on things right now, because there is a future ahead. And yes, people will come to this city. They will visit this city for attractions. But they move to this city for the education. So I think that we need to keep that in mind when we're talking about funding our school department. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Myers. Just so you know, I had a 3-pager written, but you guys asked that we try not to repeat topics. So I'm going to try to be brief. When many of you ran for office, people have already mentioned that everyone talked about the importance of our community and schools. This budget doesn't represent that to me. When we reduce investment in our schools, we're not just trimming expenses, but we are lowering the quality of education our children receive. And beyond the classroom, we are making Warwick less attractive to the many families we say we want to bring here, like many people have mentioned. People have already mentioned that families choose communities based on their schools, but also businesses look at workforce quality, and property values reflect the strength of local education. When schools weaken, the entire city feels it. So it's not just a school issue, it's an economic issue, a community issue, and a long-term strategic issue for Warwick. I cut the rest out of what I prepared, but I did write some additional notes. Welk School, most vulnerable students and most vulnerable citizens in Warwick, and those parents and those students cannot do more with less. It's that simple. We need to invest now in those students, because if not, we're going to pay later. 2, we have 2 new high schools that many people are complaining about because they cost a lot of money. But I'm more worried about the product that's going to be inside the high school. We can have 2 great high schools, but if we're reducing teachers, reducing quality classes, not offering things to make us attractive, so people no longer want to leave Warwick, but flock to Warwick for an education, we can have North Kingstown talking bad about us because we're stealing all their students. The science teacher from Tollgate, the head of the department, I'm sorry, I forget your name, but my daughter's one of the people that she speaks about. So I'm just going to tell you something that no one else here can share. So I have an oldest son who's about to graduate high school, and unfortunately, it's East Greenwich High School. We chose to send him on a pathway. We knew that they were opening up pathways. We knew the moment to apply, and he was one of 2 or 3 students that got in. That has benefited him greatly. My daughter, who is a sophomore, she has excelled at school from the time that she was at Scott. If you went into Scott School and there's a teacher that was there when she was there, they probably still remember her. But now with what's happening, I feel like I've done her a disservice by keeping her at Tollgate. My daughter wants to do, and I believe that we were asking about before about what programs have to get cut, and I think there was a confusion about environmental science. She's really interested in the biomedical pathway, which is going to be, I believe, severely inhibited by the loss of the AP classes. My daughter won National History Day 2 out of the 3 years she participated as an honors student and as a freshman at Tollgate, and we traveled every year to Washington, D.C., and she really wants to go to Georgetown for medicine. Now, I used to be able to say, honey, Georgetown's really hard. That's an improbability. But based on the decisions that are being made here, it's become an impossibility. And that's sad that I have to look at my 16-year-old daughter who's worked at school as far back as I can remember, from the time she was in 1st grade, and tell her, sorry, honey, Warwick has failed you. Not us, Warwick. I have a son who's in 7th grade, and guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to look at North Kingstown, because I can't trust that we'll make a decision as a community. It's not just them. It's not just them. It's everybody in the community has to make the decision that this is the investment they want to make in their children and the community. It's not just about the schools. The schools bring more people that want to live here, increases property values, and also I am shocked. I grew up in Warwick. I moved to Providence when I was in second grade. I have since returned to Warwick. And the amount of people that I have met who have grown up in Warwick, many of you have grown up in Warwick. We've had people come up here and give, I don't know if it's called testimony or whatever, but they also have lived and stayed in Warwick their whole time. Why don't we want to invest in our kids so they stay in Warwick and then bring attractive businesses or start attractive businesses in Warwick in order to reduce that tax burden on the taxpayers? But as long as we keep on devaluing their education, so therefore they can't go off to where they need to go in order to bring those great ideas back to Warwick, we're missing out. It's a short-term goal to solve a long-term problem. I think that's all I have. I won't make you guys listen to me anymore. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Jeremy Langell, Ward 5. I have 2 children at Warwick Elementary. I'm also the advocacy chair for the Warwick PTA. Obviously, I'm opposed to these budget cuts. My 7-year-old asked me the other day to draw a horse. And I said to her, I don't know how to draw a horse. And she said, what do you mean you don't know how to draw a horse? And so she sat down and she showed me how to draw a horse in the way that her art teacher at school taught her how to draw a horse. Now, the reason I don't know how to draw a horse is because I grew up in California in the 80s, and that was a time of massive budget cuts. The previous governor, Ronald Reagan, who had instituted this failed economic policy, which led to lots of budget cuts, when he became president, he left to the state that I grew up in this massive problem, where public schools were treated as an institution to make cuts, to balance budgets, right? And that was on the backs of all of the students. So I grew up in a system that was starved. And I am concerned about what I am seeing now. I'm proud of the fact that my 7-year-old can draw a horse, and that she learned how to do that because she has an art teacher. And it was stunning to me to reflect on my own childhood and realize I didn't even have that. No art teacher, no music teacher. That's not what we want. That's certainly not why we moved here. So I want you to think about the implications, the long-term implications. I'll also say, and it's already been addressed, I think there are lots of social media keyboard warriors. They have lots of ideas, they have lots of opinions. For me, I value the opinions, actually the professional opinion and the professional work of our teachers, our administrators, and our school committee, who actually know what it takes to not just run a school district, but to work within RIDE regulations. And I think that this city council is wise to trust that. I would also encourage you all to focus on the things on the city side that are going to improve our city. We need more housing. We need better paying jobs, right? We need industry and companies and those kinds of things that are going to grow the tax base, right, and make this a more attractive place to live. So I regret that we're in this position. I understand that we're in this position, but I encourage you to think about the long-term consequences of these kinds of cuts. Thank you.
Hi, Kristen Ripley McNamara, teacher, taxpayer, and parent of 2 students who recently graduated from Pilgrim. I hadn't planned on speaking tonight. I hate speaking, so I'm a little nervous, so please forgive me if I'm shaky. I decided to speak for several reasons. One, I had to leave Warwick as a teacher because we closed JBF. I'm heartbroken to hear that we're going in that same direction with WELC. My son, who is currently a sophomore at Bridgewater State University, started out as a peer in that kind of a program. It's not just important for the kids with the IEPs, with autism, but it's really important for those young kids to learn how to interact with those kids. So they are learning themselves how to be better citizens. My son came out with several friends from that program that he is still friends with to this day. That WELC program is critical. Also, the AP program. My son, as a freshman at Bridgewater State, received an RU research grant to Ohio State University, which is unheard of for a freshman, and it was a very great honor. This year, he just found out he received an REU grant to Washington State University. So he has won 2 as a freshman and a sophomore. His AP classes were accepted to the extent that he actually could graduate next year, but he's decided to do a double physics major as well as a chemistry minor, all because of Dr. Savory and the teachers at Pilgrim. As a freshman, he started with COVID. He could not be in the National Honors Program because he didn't get the support he needed, because he had Bell's palsy. He was not successful as a freshman, but he totally turned that around. As a chemistry, physics, math student at Bridgewater, he currently has a 4.0 average because of our teachers in that science program. You cannot combine honors and AP. They are totally different programs, especially in science. If you take away those AP classes, if you take away the opportunity for our WELC students, both the peers and the other students, you are seriously hurting the students in our district. Now, when I had to leave JBF because you guys closed it, I went to North Kingstown. I was very excited when I had the opportunity to come back to Warwick. I was very excited to be a teacher back here again. But it's heartbreaking to hear that we are looking at things like, let's cut books because we're going to go to technology, when one of the things that we are lowest in our scores is reading. So as you look at these budgets, I really beg you to please reconsider programs like AP, where we have so many students that are shining, like my son, the students that were here that are getting honors, the students that are most at need, or looking at where our scores are and saying, okay, we're going to cut books and give technology, even though we know that's one of our weakest areas in testing. I didn't plan on talking, that's all I have to say to you, but I really hope that you consider those things. Thank you.
All right, so it appears that concludes the school department, and so we're going to take a short break, more than 5 minutes, and then we'll get going because we got a long night ahead of us. Thank you for everyone who took the time to come out. It's appreciated. And for those who are wondering, we're going to pick up where we left off last night. So it's DPW Highway. All right, we're back at it. We'll pick up where we left off. Public Works, Highway. Does anyone have any questions for Public Works, Highway? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So to put it on the record, we received a copy of a document that, if I'm reading it correctly, demonstrates that the intent is to fund paving to the tune of $1.5 million per year for this coming fiscal year and forward, if that's fair characterization.
So bear in mind, that supplement we were provided, it's in the capital improvement budget. So that's when we'd be discussing that.
Okay, so I'll save that question for the capital improvement portion. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you. Director, were you able to get a more accurate number on the snow removal?
Chief McMichael was actually here earlier. He gave a total of $1 million for the blizzard.
So does that mean that this line item needs to be amended? Because you're only showing 175,000 projection for this year.
Yeah, that was for the other storms, not the big blizzard.
It's what, please?
There were multiple storms this year. Those would have gone into the general fund, but because there was an emergency declaration for the historic blizzard, that's actually all reserved in a FEMA fund waiting for reimbursement.
So where is it going to show what our actual expenses were, not about $1 million, our actual expenses, where is that going to show?
In the FEMA fund, not in your general fund.
I'm sorry?
In the FEMA fund, not the general fund.
Okay, and we have a FEMA fund here in our budget?
No, because it's not the tax rate. Has nothing to do with the tax rate.
And
It will be reflected in our financial statements, though.
are you suggesting that FEMA is going to reimburse 100% of that plowing?
They
Or that
usually do.
snowstorm?
Yep, they usually do.
Usually.
We hope they do.
What happens if it doesn't?
We'll
Then
have to eat it. Well, in
we-
future years, we would have to roll it back into the general fund. But at the moment, there is an emergency declaration, and typically with an emergency declaration, there is reimbursement that comes back to the city.
Have we paid for any of this snow plowing, this $1 million?
Yes.
Approximately, we've paid it?
Yep,
So where does it show us a liability then? Where does it show us an expense item?
in the FEMA fund.
But it doesn't show in this budget. So this budget is off by $1 million?
It
Is
is
that what
not
you're
off
saying?
by $1 million because it was not regular plowing. It was plowing due to an emergency declaration.
Is it an expense that was incurred by the city?
Yes.
And paid by the city?
Yes.
So then why isn't
I
it
understand
showing?
what you're doing, Councilman Lattiser. It makes sense, but it's clear that that's not in the Public Works Highway budget, so we can't discuss it at this time. It doesn't mean it's not a good topic for discussion. It obviously is. We just can't discuss it now.
So when do we discuss it? That is part of the highway budget, or it should be. It is, actually. They've got snow removal in here, so it is part of the highway budget. They just have an error of about $1 million in the amount.
Yeah, like you asked why it wasn't there. They answered. I'm not sure what else there is as far as that's pertinent to this department.
This plowing is for regular plowing for a regular year, not because of a emergency declaration. Just the regular 2 inches came down, not 4 feet.
So the city has cut checks to pay for snow plowing whether it's the blizzard or a regular storm, the city has cut checks to pay for plowing. I want to know, where is the accountability for the money that was paid?
Or to phrase it in a way that's allowed for this department. If it's not here, where is it, so that when we can talk about it? It sounds like the answer is none of the departments within the budget.
This is for regular year.
Right. So the
Yeah.
FEMA fund is not reflected in any department. It's not reflected in revenue or anywhere.
No. And that's standard accounting for an emergency declaration.
It needs to be disclosed. That number needs to be disclosed. It needs to show up in the budget someplace.
I have no disagreement. I just know we can't talk about it now. I apologize.
Okay, so when do we talk about it?
We'll discuss it with our solicitor to figure that out, because it's a odd scenario. But we can figure it out while you keep going, ask whatever you want to ask.
All right, go ahead. Oh, another item, 63404, property damage, 2250. That number is, I'm sure, far off. Just in my ward alone, I know you have in excess of $2,250 worth of property damage from snow plowing. Is that what property damage means, that 63404?
Yeah, a lot of the plow damage that we see, we try and do in-house. So, and there are others plow damage that get submitted as claims, and that wouldn't be represented here, I don't believe, right? No. So if you submit a claim for plow damage, it wouldn't be reflected here. This is for repairs that we do in-house regarding plow damage.
Sure, that's what I'm referring to. I'm referring to snowplow going off the road, tearing up somebody's lawn, or tearing up a berm that needs to be replaced, or somebody's curbing, etc. That is the property damage that I'm referring to. It's certainly much higher than 2250.
No, not if we do it in-house. We have, if a berm gets damaged, we can repair that in-house at, the cost of the asphalt, which is.
Okay, so that what you're saying is that will come out of the salary line item and asphalt and whatever else.
Exactly, yeah. It's the in-house people performing the work, and a lot of times the material that we're using is readily available. Like you indicated, loom and seed, asphalt for berms, resetting curbing, resetting Belgian blocks. That's all done in-house.
And those materials are in line items that we already have.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you. Trouble finding my light. Quick question for you, Director. We may have asked this last night, but the salary increases in the budget, are they all contractual increases, or was there anything outside contractual increases?
Yeah, no, they're all contractual.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the public for Highway? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next portion of DPW, which I have conveniently scrolled away from. All right, who has it up and can tell me the next portion? Recycling and sanitation. Thank you, Councilman Foley. Does anyone have any questions for recycling/sanitation? Any members of the public have anything for recycling, sanitation? All right, seeing none, we move on to Public Works, recycling/compost. Does anyone have anything for Councilman Lattiser?
Director, on the on tires, your projection.
We're not on that one yet, right?
We're on Public Works.
Recycling compost.
Oh, I thought we already went past that. Sorry.
No, I mean, we're about to.
I don't have any questions on.
Does any member of the public have anything for recycling/compost? All right, seeing none, we are on Public Works Automotive. Councilman Lattiser?
Okay, so you're projecting 110,000 for this year, and I'm sorry, to finish out this fiscal year at 110,000, and you're requesting 117,000. That just because of anticipated increases?
Yeah, just the cost of materials.
Okay. On line 65-220, and let me stay, actually on 65-221, in this document, fiscal year 2026, it's showing an approved budget of $623.26. But in the Munis report, there was a transfer out of that line item by $25,000 for a revised budget of $598,026. So why wasn't that change made in our budget that's presented to us?
Where would that change have been made? The approved was the approved, the year-to-date is the year-to-date, and the projection is the projection.
Correct. And the transfer is the transfer, which was 25 million that was transferred out to somewhere else, and leaving you with a revised budget of $598,026. So my question is, and I don't know, maybe it's a question to finance and not to you, but it's a question to someone. Why are we being shown a budget of $623,026 when it was a revised budget of $598,026?
Because what this document is showing you is what was approved for the fiscal year 26 budget. Just because we moved $25,000 out of that budget, that will reflect next year when you see the fiscal year 26 actual, which would be our final expenses. But just because we moved that money, it doesn't change what was originally budgeted in that line item.
No, what it does do is it changes what your yearly projection is, because you have a revised budget of $598.26 and you're showing a projection of $625. So doesn't that mean that you have $27,000?
The projection
overage?
says 579,
I'm
190.
sorry?
The projection is 579, 193.
What is 579?
The original budget for a
I'm
decent.
looking at the Munis report from the 18th, and the Munis report for line item 65-221 shows a revised budget of $598.26.
I'm looking at the budget document that was published.
Okay, I'm looking at the budget document, and it shows your approved budget of $623.
Correct.
Okay. My point is, you actually revised your budget. You took $25,000, you transferred $25,000 out.
Correct.
That left you with a revised budget of $598.26. If you're projecting $625,000 for your year-end budget, then you're over budget by $17,000.
The 625,000 is the fiscal year 27 request.
623, but
Mine says,
your approved budget was $623,026, and you transferred $25,000 out of it.
my mistake, I have the wrong copy of the budget. Yes, well, the price of fuel has gone through the roof. So the projection had to be inflated because at the time that this document was, that the projection, at the time when we originally did the budget, we were still paying reasonable prices for fuel. Now we're paying over $4 a gallon for diesel and unleaded.
So it probably wasn't such a good idea to transfer $25,000 out to move it somewhere else.
Well, at the time, we weren't having an issue with fuel prices.
Okay. I got my answer to that. Thank you.
Question on line, where'd it go? 64314. So last year's budget was 150. We've spent more than that. We're projected to spend even more than that before the end of this fiscal year. But for FY27, you're only asking for 135. Are you gonna have enough?
I'm sorry, what was that code again? You said 64.
65.
Okay. 65.
314.
314.
So it's equipment repair.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a function of us having to tighten everything up. Ideally, we have a little bit more, but with the budget being what the budget is and having to make cuts, that's one of the items we cut a little bit. You know, hopefully we can make it work at that, but yeah, ideally that would probably be 10% higher.
All right, that's all from me for now. Anyone else have anything for Public Works Automotive? Do any members of the public have anything for Public Works Automotive? Seeing none, we move on to Public Works Building Maintenance. Does anyone have anything for Public Works Building Maintenance? Councilman Lattiser?
The only thing I have is, again, questioning natural gas and electricity, but I'm sure the answer will be the same.
That's why I made a frowny face when I was looking at it just now. Same thought. Does anyone else have anything for Public Works Building Maintenance? Does any member of the public have anything for Public Works Building Maintenance? All right, so we're moving on to Public Works Engineering. Does anyone have anything for Public Works Engineering? I have a question. Make sure I'm reading this right. 67224, street lighting. So is that all get paid out like soon? Because it's year to date 144, but projected to be 452.
I believe that, yeah, that's a function of the net metering credits as well, and just also when we get the bills, there's a delay in, you know, the electricity and getting the bills and getting them paid. But yeah, there's also the net metering credits, which were applicable and now are no longer applicable.
All right, does anyone else have anything for Public Works Engineering? Oh, sorry. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So my understanding from yesterday is that effectively the credits are running out as of the end of this week, more or less. And so fiscal year 27, we're going to move forward without the benefit of those credits. So looking at the previous years in the packet, fiscal year 24, 836,000 and change. Fiscal year 25, 502,000 and change. With either of those years, was that something where, say, was fiscal year 25, were we also benefiting from credits in that year?
That was the difference. The significant change you see from 24 to 25 is our conversion to LED streetlights. And that program was only partially implemented in FY25, but then fully implemented by 26.
Okay, so that makes more sense. I wasn't sure precisely when the LEDs were fully implemented. For some reason, I thought that they were implemented before fiscal year 24. So I take it that the 550,000 is that, would you say that that's more of a situation of we're going to try to make do, stay within the budget, or more of a situation of, yeah, that's a very realistic projection of what it's going to take?
Yeah, with that one, we're pretty confident that that number's going to work for us.
Okay, that's good to hear. No further questions on this one. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for Public Works Engineering? Do any members of the public have anything for Public Works Engineering? So next up is Thayer and Warburton Arenas. Does anyone have anything for Councilman Lattiser?
Again, just the utilities, but that's something for the future. Director, are there any, other than perhaps what you might have in the capital budget, are there any major expenses that you're anticipating in either of these two?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for the arenas?
Oh, wait a minute, I do have one more.
Councilman Lattiser?
Director, as far as the salary rink guards, it's showing a 27% increase. Is any of this above and beyond contractual?
No, everything in DPW is contractual. There are no raises outside of, the rink guards are part-timers, so they're paid minimum wage. But the other salary items, everything in Public Works is contractual.
Okay.
Do any member of the public have anything for the Thayer and Warburton Arenas? Seeing none, we move on to McDermott swimming pools. Pool, singular. Councilman Lattiser.
Director, this question will apply to actually the other 2 or 3 items. So when I say contractual, I'm also referring to, are there any step increases in any of these line items?
Yeah, I can't say specifically, but there are certainly step increases throughout Public Works. But again, everything would be based on the language in the contracts. There are also some people who are at their longevity, so there's an increase with those. But yeah, everything is based, every salary item is based on what the contract states.
Right, I actually requested again today a breakdown of all the contractual raises, including step and longevity, and perhaps I'll get that tomorrow. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for McDermott Pool? Do any members of the public have anything for McDermott Swimming Pool? All right, we move on to Apponaug Rink. So does anyone have anything for the Apponaug Rink? And Councilman Lattiser, I can't tell if your light's just on from before or not. Your light's on. I'm not sure if you want it. All right, perfect then. Councilman Lattiser.
So in the Apponaug Rink, on the gas, the electric, chemicals, clothing allowance, refrigerants, you're showing nothing expended up until March 31st of 2026. And then you're showing the projections for the year. How did you arrive at those projections?
Well, the rink wasn't open for a good portion of the year, and then the projections are based on that they are really just projections.
But the rink opened up in December, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have December, January, February, you have 3 months there. There was no expenses?
There were,
I'm sure they had to make ice, right, to have electricity. The electric bill is actually through the roof. It's 150,000 for that.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just informed that the Rhode Island, the utilities were late in getting us the bills. So that those numbers will be reconciled.
Will those numbers be reconciled before we vote on the budget?
Right. With regard to the refrigerants, there are none. When we put this together, Christy and I say that meaning Christy, we assumed that the system at the rink was going to be similar to the system down at Thayer and Warburton, but it's different, so it doesn't require the chemicals. So that's why that line item hasn't been touched and
Okay.
isn't project and doesn't have a value in FY27 either.
So again, these numbers that you're going to reconcile, will we have those reconciled numbers prior to us voting on this budget? We're going to need them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do my research and get those to you.
Okay. Bear with me, I'm just making a couple notes here. And the miscellaneous capital expenditure for 61,975, I believe that was for the bumper cars.
That is for the bumper cars. So the electric account, we actually only just got a bill for. They were so delayed sending it. The same week we got the bill, we got a shut-off notice. So we had that cleaned up very quickly. The first bill we got was $63,000. The gas bill we have not gotten yet. I have written to Rhode Island Energy multiple times asking for the bill because I don't like getting huge bills with shut-off notices at the same time. The other bills were also actually harassing various places for Kent County Water. We didn't get the bill yet, so we need to figure out where that is and how to get it paid. We like to pay our bills. Because the rink opened later in the year, we did some transfers to account for the bumper car purchase, which is why I moved them around.
So what you're saying is there actually has been some expenditures in the electric.
Yeah, and the date that this is printed, the year-to-date on here is 3/31, and the report that you have in your hand, we very literally just got the bill, and it was $62,000, and they gave us a shut-off notice the next day. So
And
we've since cleaned that
how long
up.
a period was that for? 62,000.
I think the first bill was dated February, which is not making sense with the bill open in December, but that's Rhode Island Energy for you.
So that's, one would assume that 62,000 is for 2 months?
I'm assuming that was actually back billing to December when the rink actually opened.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Director. So on the line item 44-101, salaries municipal. Okay, the projection, the year-to-date is 70,158. The projection is 116,958, and the request is 251,516. That's 134,558 higher than the projection. And could you just explain that?
I do know that this department is the only one where we add personnel. There is one additional full-time employee, so that accounts for some of it. Then the other,
It's a slush fund.
the projection, again, doesn't take into account, well, they were only open for half the year, right? So the projection is only projecting that half a year. When we did the, if they're open for a full year, then, you know, we're going to be closer to the 188,246 that was originally approved. But even that didn't take into account that we were going to have 4 full-time employees there. The previous budget only had 3 full-time employees.
Okay, so the increase is basically for an extra employee?
It's an extra employee, but also an extra half a year for
Okay,
the people that are there now.
okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for the Apponaug Rink? Do any members of the public have anything for the Apponaug Rink? All right, seeing none, we move on to Public Works Field Maintenance. Does anyone have anything for Public Works Field Maintenance? Councilman DeLuise?
Director, I just have a question on the gas and electricity again. No, just kidding. Hi, Ed. We need some.
Do any members of the public have anything for Public Works Field Maintenance? All right, seeing none, we move on to Employee Benefits.
Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director. There are no personnel costs associated with the benefits budget. Our proposal this year is for $3,651,198. That's about an 8% increase over our approved budget for '26. The increase is driven largely by a health insurance premium increase of 9.48%. And a dental increase of 6.72%.
Councilman Lattiser?
Director, did you say that the department total was 35,651,000?
The total request is 35,651,198.
Correct. So it's an increase of 3,120,000 roughly. Just want to point out too that of that 35 million, just about 14 million is for healthcare and dental for retirees. 14 million. That's all I have. Oh no, I do have one other. Miscellaneous department credits, 1,100,000. What is that? Is that copay?
No, no, that's not. The co-pays can be found in revenues on page, if you're looking for the co-pays or the co-share for our employees, that's found on the revenues on page 52. As for the credit, I have to defer to my colleague in finance. I'm not sure how that's derived.
Yeah, the question is line item 75999, miscellaneous department credits, 1,100,000. What is it?
That is using some of the remaining amount of our healthcare reserve from when we were self-funded to offset the rising cost of healthcare. With this $1.1 million, there will be 1.1 left. So we're using exactly 50% of what's left.
Could you just repeat the last part of what you said? I couldn't hear you.
After fiscal year 27, we will have 1.1 left to use in 28.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're using exactly 50% of what's
Got it.
left to defray the cost.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So obviously the 9.4% more or less increase in health insurance, that's a tough one. How's it look for future years after fiscal year 27 with the health insurance rates, if we have any inkling on that?
I don't. We know that it's sort of a national trend for rates to be going up. I never thought I'd be saying this, but I'm fairly pleased with 9.48%. But in outlying years, I really don't know how far this is going to go. There was a time, but I can remember, for those of us with white hair, double-digit increases were fairly common, and then that stopped, and you were down to the 5 and 6%. That was quite some time ago. I don't know if we're going to be in that trend again.
Yeah, I think that then for a little while there, it seemed to be averaging 7%, but there was a lot of volatility. So I suppose it's just one of those things that's quite difficult to predict from one year to the next, much less more than a year in advance. So I'll leave that at that for now. Thank you.
Welcome. Yes, sir.
So our healthcare contract is for 2 years?
Just extended it for 2 years, yes.
Okay, all right, because I had 18% in my mind from a meeting that we had, so it's 9% each year, total of 18 over the 2. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Does any member of the public have anything for employee benefits? All right, seeing now we move on to insurance. Does anyone have anything for insurance? Do any members of the public have anything for insurance? All right, seeing now we move on to council claims. So I just have a quick question for finance on council claims. Does this line item now only represent claims that actually get to us, or is it still all the claims that come in regardless of if they get to us? Because now claims, as a matter of course, are handled by DPW or whatnot, or the administration rather, and only if they're appealed do they come our way?
It would count all the claims.
So it's all of them still?
Yeah.
Got it. All right, that's all on my end. Does anyone else have anything for council claims? Councilman Foley?
You cut our budget, the council budget earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to transfer some point of that 10 back to our budget? I mean, historically, we don't use that much. I'm just a question.
You could do that on Thursday if you choose, yeah.
Does any member of the public have anything for council claims? All right, see, now we move on to postage. Do we have anything for postage? Councilman Lattiser?
On these negative amounts, does that mean that we get reimbursed by those particular departments?
Yes.
Okay. And when do they reimburse us?
On a monthly basis. There's a reconciliation that's done with our postage machine.
Okay. Okay.
Just a question on the top item, 78205. So is the reduction, the projection was 95,000, but you're only requesting 80,000. Is that because there's more emails that are
Yeah.
less postage in general?
Yeah, and all those credit balances balance to the actual department, and I cut their postage.
That makes sense. Okay, thanks.
Do any members of the public have anything for postage? All right, seeing now we move on to fixed costs. Does anyone have anything for fixed costs? Do any members of the public have anything for fixed costs? All right, seeing none, we move on to pensions. Does anyone have anything for pensions? Councilman Lattiser?
Director, that 5 million that's being diverted for bond payments, how does that impact this item right here in pensions?
All of our pensions on this plan are funded based on the actuarial recommended contributions. The $5 million was actually a funding fall that was predicted in the municipal plan. We planned on redirecting that into the OPEB trust. We are not planning on doing that for a couple years, and so the amount in the OPEB budget item, the $1.25 million, that is my estimate for the match of employee contributions.
Actually, I see it. In municipal pension, the projection is $9,087,165, and the request for this year is $3,817,000. So
Yep.
that's the reason for the 5 million.
Yeah, and that
Got
matches
it.
what the
Got it.
actuarial report says.
It says, you're right, so it's actually like 5.3 million, which is what we had discussed.
Yeah.
Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. And this is more of just one of these items where I want to go on record to make it clear for anybody watching at home. The various line items in this category, 85 pensions, these are the amounts that the city is contributing, and the contributions by the employees towards these very same funds, those are not included in these numbers, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Also, I looked up the OPEB trust balance today, and somebody should ask me what that is. $7.7 million. Pretty good.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question. I know we're still waiting for some information for the audit, the upcoming audit. Just looking at the most recent audit, which was a year and a half ago, I think.
Yeah.
There was a comment or note by the auditor about the OPEB actuarial valuation and disclosure. It basically said it was missing from the audit. I was wondering if we were going to include that information in this year's audit for the OPEB trust.
Of course. I think that would actually have to do with the, we used to do a actuarial study on the OPEB plan every other year, and we now do it every single year. And I will also say that even though our audit is not complete, all of the actuarial studies are complete that will match that audit, and they're all available online. Mhm.
Does anyone else have anything for pensions? Any members of the public have anything for pensions? All right. So now we move on to looks like revenue, if you already did schools. So does anyone have anything for revenue? Revenue, yeah. Councilman Lattiser?
The question is going to be the revenue from the speed cameras. I don't seem to find that in here.
Might I suggest the first question be asking where it is?
That's the question. Where is it? I believe it was stated that it's 2 million, but I don't see it. So unless I'm missing it.
It is on page 51. It is municipal court fines. It's about a third of the way down the page. 03512.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Page 51.
Page 51, okay.
Is maybe a quarter of the way down the page. 03512 municipal court fines.
I see, okay. Which is 2.2 million short of what the budget was calculated for last year, right?
Correct.
And interest earned on investments. Wait a minute, no, interest on taxes.
Mhm.
That is dropped down to 1,750,000. Is that to suggest that people are able to pay their taxes on time?
Yeah,
Or more
and
timely?
yes. And also, we've been collecting so effectively, there's just less prior year to collect.
Okay. And on special detail administration fees, what is that? I'm sorry, it's code 030624.
Yeah, that's just, we charge a little bit of our time for when a special detail is used. There's a special detail clerk, and
What's a special detail considered?
whether an officer is out waving traffic or a cruiser is out there on rent for construction, that kind of thing.
Okay, so that is, I thought when a police officer is on a detail, that it's the entity that is using that service is paying the police officer.
Yeah, but it goes through our payroll and then we get reimbursed.
It goes through our payroll?
Yeah.
So when you say officers on special detail, all right, so here's a question that just popped in my mind. Suppose, and it's happened plenty of times over the years that I've been on the council, where we have police officers here in the chamber for a meeting. Is there a fee charged for that?
It's my understanding, yes.
Is your understanding yes?
Yes. The sewer department uses special details all the time and they have to pay for them as well.
Wait a minute, what I'm saying is when there's a police officer or officers that over the years have attended council meetings for security reasons, I assume, we, the city council, is charged a fee for that police service?
It varies.
I've never heard of it.
No, it varies. We have once in a while had to do that, but many times you see officers here, the patrol officers that rotate in and out. I think there was one instance this year where we had to pay a detail to be here the whole time. And that was at the request of the council. But we can usually manage it, just rotate. You'll see them. They'll come in, one more will come in, the other one will leave. And they get back out on patrol.
Yeah, Councilman Lattiser, my understanding, because I had to look into this myself, is that normally we don't pay for
You didn't tell me.
Pardon?
You didn't tell me.
Because I was looking into it. My understanding, because I talked to the past council president too, when we request the detail, then our department will be charged, but otherwise, we're not.
In all the years that I've been on the council, we've had police officers here many times, 2 and 3 police officers here. I don't ever remember hearing about or seeing a charge to the city council to have police officers in this building to protect everyone in it.
I was completely unaware of it as well. That's
Wow.
why I reached out to the past council president.
That's really shocking.
It was a shock to me as well.
To hear that the city council has to pay for police officers doing their job in here, protecting everybody.
But when it's a special detail, we have to pay that officer.
So what's considered a special detail?
If they're stationed here for whatever period of time, just like if they're out on a construction site or whatever else we have to do, they have to be paid for their time. If we can't do it with patrol officers, we have to hire a detail and we have to pay for it. It's either that or take them off the street, and sometimes we just can't spare them.
So,
and I think it's only happened one time, maybe twice since I've been mayor.
this is the first I'm even hearing of something as crazy as this. But in any event, when a police officer is here, assuming it's just one, how is that charged? Charged by the hour?
Yes, they get the detail. It's a minimum of 4 hours, and I believe it's somewhere around $65 an hour. I'm not quite sure.
Suppose the police officer's here for over 4 hours.
And then the contract kicks in and it goes to, I believe 8 hours. But they've never been here for more than 4 hours.
So if the police officer is here, say, 4 hours, he gets paid, I'll use $400. If he's here for 4 hours, 4.5 hours, he's going to get paid $800?
Yes.
As a point of order, those are all delineated in their contract, correct, Council President?
Yes, it's in the contract.
So it's in the contract, Councilman. That's fine when, they're doing their normal duties and they're on details at construction sites or
Details
whatever.
are not normal duties. Details are above and beyond the normal patrol. Extra officers that are brought in that would have otherwise been
I'm
off.
talking about when a police officer is in this chamber protecting the people in this room because of any potential issues that are being anticipated. That's what I'm talking about. I've never heard of it.
Councilman Muto?
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just get back to my page. I know we went through an exhausting amount with the schools, but you mentioned the school deficit reduction of the 1.1 million. So that's going to be zeroed out in the revised version because we're not collecting that for revenue.
Oh, no, this is the way it's in the budget is exactly how the entry will be made to reduce the deficit reduction. We're effectively taking it from our own fund balance, and it's that simple.
Okay.
We're just paying it's an accounting entry to pay ourselves.
Okay. But net on the dollars come from somewhere, so we're taking it from the pool.
Yeah,
the
there's
total
an
pool.
expense side, there's a revenue side.
Yep. Okay.
Goes to
On page 48, with this, where we have federal reimbursements, these could just all be grants, I'm not entirely sure, but it says total federal aid. Would this be where the FEMA reimbursements would go?
No, the ruling about FEMA reimbursements in general is that you are supposed to keep it in its own reserve fund. It depends on what the grant is. The most recent large grant that we got that I can think of is the American Rescue. So The original ruling on that particular grant, to use another example, was that it was supposed to be in its own fund. So much so, we even had to put it in its own cash account. There were about a dozen rulings that came out after there, making the document bigger and bigger every time. Ultimately, the ruling said that we could actually keep the money in our general fund. We chose not to do that, unlike other communities, because we used it for one-time expenses and we wanted to reserve it for those one-time expenses. Other communities have not done that, and it has created some disasters. A grant like Cranston, the mayor loves to say Cranston to me because I live in Cranston. There are other large grants, not as large as American Rescue, like the SAFER grant. That ruling actually says in the rules that you're supposed to run it through your general fund because we used it to hire firefighters, their pay, their benefits, all of that. We ran it through here. We have, and that is the only explanation I have for it.
That makes sense.
It is a GASB standard. You have your laptop open. It truly is the ruling.
I get the reporting
Yeah.
mechanisms. What I'm getting at with these next several questions, and even the previous one, is we have bills to pay. We have income. It doesn't matter how it's coming. So we already paid $1 million for the plowing in this fiscal year. We're probably going to get reimbursed in the next fiscal year. So $1 million is going to fall within the next fiscal year.
The revenue will also be booked to that fund.
Yeah,
when the reimbursement comes in.
When a reimbursement, but what I'm saying is, thinking about, I know we're municipality, but think about just simplify it, households. Are we on a cash basis or an accrual basis?
An accrual basis, but.
Okay, yep. This is an exception to the accrual, right? Because we don't know when we're going to receive it.
It's because federal grants are a whole different animal. You know, in the case of the SAFER grant, it went over a course of a few years. We didn't book it as a deferred revenue because the ruling says you don't. You're booking it on a cash basis in that case. With a FEMA grant, they're going to have us book a deferred revenue because it will come down in a year or two, hopefully.
Yep.
With a FEMA emergency, they usually take a bank of money for all of the state of Rhode Island, and then it depends on who requests reimbursement. So we could actually get reimbursement over the $1 million we request, but we won't know until the final ruling comes down from FEMA.
What I'm getting at is we need to spend, I'm rounding this, $15 million to pay all our bills above and beyond tax rate, to raise our taxes. So above and beyond from a year ago. So simple math, we're going to get $1 million from FEMA. Do we get to count that $1 million against that 15 million or?
No.
No. So where are we counting that $1 million?
In the FEMA fund. Everything will go to FEMA. It's Fund 310.
I get the fund. I guess the practicality is we paid $1 million out of our operating budget.
No,
right?
we didn't.
So
everything is the same cash account. So there'll be a book. We'll run this whole thing through our liability accounts and receivable accounts. That in Fund 310 we will book the expenses there. They have been booked there.
Okay. I get it. I get the account. I need you to I need you to put your common sense hat on now. Common sense is we spent $1 million in fiscal year 26.
Yes.
Okay, for plowing. That came out of our either reserves, taxpayer, tax raise, whatever. We paid for it. We're going to get paid back the $1 million, and let's just call it, we're going to get paid in fiscal year 27. That money, that $1 million, do we get to use that for anything in general budget?
No, because none of it's running through the general budget at all.
Where does that money go? For the city. We're getting $1 million back. Where does it go?
FEMA fund.
Wait a minute. Mayor?
No,
I'm
so-
sorry, this doesn't make sense.
So all of our expenses are booked in a fund called 310.
Yes.
When we get reimbursement, that revenue will be booked to 310. Now, there's a chance that we might get under reimbursed. There's also a chance we might get over reimbursed. The net of those two items eventually would be run through the general fund, but not until we know the total expense and the total revenue.
That's what I'm getting. After we go through all the rigmarole,
Yeah.
once we get money, where is that money going to? General fund.
I mean, if it's over or under, it runs through the general fund.
That's all. So hypothetically, if we get,
It effectively turns into.
you're making me work on this, and it's just going to ask. I'm going to ask 10 other questions now. If you keep it simple, I'll keep my questions simple. But this is ridiculous. I know there's a process, but at the end of the day, we're going to get $1 million back, and that $1 million is going to hit our general fund eventually. Just say yes, because that's what it does. It doesn't go into this mysterious Pokemon account that just we can use
It's
it
not
for
a Pokemon account. It's a
All right.
FEMA account. If I say it goes through the general fund, the auditors will scold me if they're listening. So they might. I mean, in the case of the flood is the greatest example I have of this because everybody was affected. It took a long time to get reimbursement. There was a lot to it. A number of communities requested reimbursement. Ultimately, we actually got a little bit more than we requested, and that money ran through the general fund. And that was probably reflected in our 2020 statements. You'll see a strange FEMA credit in there. It's from the flood.
And you wonder why people have lack of confidence because this is brutal. This is brutal because common sense is we spent money, we're going to get it back. It's going to end up in our fund to pay bills, whether it's this year, next year, or the year after. It's going to be part of the ultimate pool that the city is going to spend.
Right.
Be able to spend.
Everything will end up on the financial statements.
Exactly, eventually. So my point is, that's really a carryover. So it's $1 million, whatever the amount is. We're going to have future use of that money, whether it's in fiscal year 27 or 28, whatever. What I'm trying to get at is that money, we're not going to count that money in the past. We're going to count that money in the future. It's a receivable, yeah.
I mean, it'll be a deferred revenue. I assume it depends on how many years they're planning on paying it, but.
So when you say defer, okay. So when you
A
say,
receivable, yes.
Thank you, okay. All right, so in my simple mind, I'm going to say $1 million in this pot of money here going against the 15 million that we need, whether or not we get it this year. The next item, just for clarification, on the Apponaug Rink, we have a budget of 671 operating, and I'm just having trouble reconciling that, at least for revenue. Does that include the sponsorships as well as usage?
Yes.
Okay. Were the sponsorships included in this year's fiscal year 26?
Yes.
Okay. The number seems a lot low, that's why. Okay. And then municipal court fees, court fines. We're talking about the speed cameras.
Yeah.
That $2 million, is that gross or net? I had to ask
you. You had to. Ultimate pays us net.
So it's a net number, so we get $2 million net.
That is what Ultimate is paying us, yes,
Okay.
after they take their percentage.
Okay. And a couple more, then I'll be done. Next we have, it could be even tomorrow, but we have a tax title sale coming up.
Friday, yeah.
Friday, yep. Where is that shown in the revenue numbers?
In collected tax.
In collected tax, okay.
Sorry, that's 03100, the final, second to last page.
Okay, and the estimated revenue we're going to pull from that? At least what's the outstanding tax on that?
The last I asked our tax collector, the bills are down to about 250, but I haven't actually asked this week. I don't know how much they're worth. I always ask about how many bills.
Yeah. The tax guy isn't here, huh?
She's not here, but
Can we put a request in to see what that revenue number will be? I've gotten numbers anywhere between 2.2 and 5.3 million in the PAC taxes.
Yeah,
potentially on that.
Do me a favor and shoot me an email, because I will forget.
Yep, we'll shoot you an email on that.
Yeah.
Because again, that tax sale will help alleviate some of the pain we're feeling here. Last two lines, the school restricted revenue of 370,000. What is that for?
I don't know what the exact detail of that is. It's directly from their budget, but restricted always means a grant.
Okay. And the last one, which is reimbursement other.
I believe that's their Medicare reimbursements.
Medicare. Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just want to circle back and kind of caveat off of the net 2 million from the speed camera revenue. We were way off on this last year, obviously.
Yes.
Is that because we were thinking 4.2 million was going to be money in pocket when that was actually the gross number?
No.
Because of the representation, not that it was you, but the representations were, 4.2 is conservative. Are you sure it's conservative? Yes, that's conservative because we're told that it's going to be 6 or 9 million, but now it's really like 2-ish.
Yeah. So we just don't have we haven't given out as many tickets as we thought were going to happen. I actually I wrote an email to the company this week asking what the receivables are out there. It's about $700,000, which won't fill this gap, but I'm working with them to figure out how to be able to collect on the outstanding bills as well. But people there just aren't as many tickets as we expected. We called communities around, and I think, they did exactly what they were supposed to do, got people to not speed in school zones.
Which is fine. It just, I think that gross miscalculation is disturbing from last year. Now the receivables, if those are not collected, when does the company, I guess my question is, when does the company take their percentage? If we have to send that to Rossi to go to collections.
They do their own collections and they get paid based on what they collect. So if they have a receivable, they haven't taken a payment for it. They're incented to collect the money because they get a portion.
And so cost for collections, sending out notices.
It's all them.
And that does not come off of, so if let's say the ticket was $100, cost them $25 in efforts to collect that, whether that be filing fees or postage. Is our net based on the $100 ticket or based on after they recoup all their expenses?
I don't actually know the detail of that. I'm assuming it's...
I don't want to assume. Let's find that out.
I have to read the whole contract, but I'm under the impression if it's a $50 ticket and they collect it, we get our portion. I don't remember what the portion is, so I'm just going to say $40, then they keep their 10. I am not remembering the percentage at the moment.
If the issue then becomes nobody's paying these fines, they're getting recouped all their expenses for collecting it. And then
I get an itemized detail every 2 weeks of what they've collected and what they've taken and what the fine was.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever their fee is, their fee, but it's on the receivables that are not collected that force a collections effort is what my concern is. What percentage of the revenue can the city expect from something that has to go to a collections effort because people are just not paying their bill?
I am harassing them to collect them I'm not sure. I'm not aware of an additional collection fee.
Can we find that out?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I don't think we need to bother him this late.
No,
at night.
it's also,
We can find out tomorrow.
they tend to respond to my emails pretty quickly, so.
We got that revenue estimate from the company Ultimate last year, and they said it was conservative, and I haven't been happy with the performance of the red light cameras. I don't think they're accurate. The police are actually right now, they've been testing them in different areas because they're not reading what we expected them to read as compared to other cities and towns. So the police are out with cameras and equipment, and they're actually monitoring because I'm still seeing people go through red lights, and then I'll check on it, and they weren't violated. So we're exploring that because the revenue fell far short. And I'm not just talking about what they told us the estimate would be. It's when I did the research going to Pawtucket and East Providence. I mean, we're a larger city, we have more traffic, and we're not living up to their performance. I don't think people just all of a sudden stop going through red lights.
Definitely not.
We also expected to deploy more cameras throughout this past year, but since they weren't performing, we kind of throttled back on it. So that's still to be determined. The police are doing a very comprehensive study.
Understood.
Yeah, my recollection was that when the bid was before us, we were told the estimated amount that the company had actually said it was going to be way higher than that, and that we picked a lower number to be conservative.
Yeah, if I recall, the number from the company was between 6 and 9 million, and then the police department had represented that we picked 4 to be conservative off of their conservativeness, which is, so I would agree that probably there's something wrong with the camera system.
There's something going on because we chose the intersections based on their analysis. And I can tell you on the corner of Route 5 and Route 113, there was like 1,200 violations in a 12-hour period or something like that. We haven't seen anything near that.
Right.
So I think we're investigating it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I just wanted to move on to one that stuck out to me, sale of city real estate, the 03679. You booked that at 3 million less net for next year. Are we anticipating a large sale? Is that Aldridge?
Yes, we're subdividing the land, which is going to make it more attractive. Real estate has gone up. The company that we win development, they just dropped out. We had to end the relationship, and they weren't even applying for the grants they were supposed to be applying for. So we did get the revenue from them because I had them make periodic deposits. I think they still owe us $50,000, but we're moving on now. We're going to put it back out to bid. But like I said, property values have gone way up since that was almost 4 years ago, Councilman Ricks, that we signed with Win, at least 3. So it's just a prudent thing to do because it's sitting there. We met with them a few months ago, and one of them told us they applied for the grant. The other one said, no, we didn't. Speaker Shikachi had said when they applied to Rhode Island Housing, their application was disgraceful. It was like they weren't even trying. They didn't want to invest any of their own money. They were just looking for financing to get it done. They're a big company. They could have just purchased the building, but they just kept holding back. So we just thought it was best to cut off the relationship and move forward with it.
Okay.
And then there's the admin building, former admin building on Warwick Avenue, which, by the way, is going before the General Assembly Thursday night, and we can't even be there to testify on it. Because the General Assembly, we weren't aware, they can just take away the deed restrictions that are on there. And then that'll go back out to bid. And again, we had a lot of interest last time, but we ended up finding the deed restrictions so we can go forward with anything. And property values have soared since that one too.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have on revenue.
Thank you. Following up on sale of city real estate, I want to also just share in that it's very disappointing what happened with Wynn. It was actually only at the time of reading the budget address, that is the moment that I found out that Wynn was no longer moving forward. Certainly had some hints of that based on the lack of affirmative responses to my emails through the city planner to Win, in which I was repeatedly offering to write a letter of support this last year, and they weren't exactly getting back to us on that. And then eventually, I think that Wynn indicated to us that they weren't asking me to write a letter of support for this year. So that certainly was not an encouraging sign, but I would have liked to get more of a heads up on the status of that. And this is this evening the first I'm hearing of subdividing. So I do have some concerns as to that because, well, there are certainly the must-haves and the want-to-haves when it comes to that land in the future. And I would certainly, in advocating for the residents there, considering that field that's behind Aldridge, which there may be some money in that field if it were to be sold. I remember talking to Hugh Fisher many years ago, rest in peace. He was indicating to me back then, and this is from someone, a developer who did not bid on Aldridge when it came up for sale at the same time as Rhodes. He and his company bid on Rhodes, but not Aldridge. And he was telling me that the Aldridge building, this is, of course, at that time, which would have been over a half dozen years ago before COVID. Things change, obviously. But at that point in time, Hugh Fisher saw it as the money was in the field as opposed to being in the building. When, at the time that they bid, obviously they saw things the opposite way around because they were willing to leave the field while really wanting the building. But what I'm getting at with that is that that field behind Aldridge, putting aside Belmont Park, which is a bit out of the way, if you take a look at that rectangle between the Patuxent River and Post Road, and between Elmwood Ave and Warwick Ave, that rectangle there, Belmont Park aside, Aldridge Field is the only nice big green space for park activities, things of that nature. Certainly there's Sprague Field across the way, commonly known as the Pit, but that involves crossing Post Road, which isn't the most conducive to a family with a stroller or the like. Can be done, but I'd be a little bit leery. So if it's at all possible to try to see what we can do in terms of preserving that field, in addition to, and of course this is why Wynn pulling out is just so incredibly disappointing, because Wynn's proposed use of the Aldridge building itself was highly compatible with the neighborhood. So I understand we might not be able to accomplish all of the objectives 10 out of 10, 100%, but to the extent possible, if we can get to that place of finding a highly compatible use for that building, highly compatible with the neighborhood that is, and also preserving those fields, I think that that's something that we really have to look at as, and I'm here advocating for Ward 2 as a matter of a land use issue, advocating for the neighborhood. That's something where I would see it as an item that you have to look at how that land is going to be used year after year, decade after decade, weighed against a mere one-time amount of money coming in. Looking at it for the next 50 years out, if something brings in $1 million less this one time, but really does so much for the neighborhood for the next 50 years and further, perhaps, that's certainly a trade-off I'd be more than willing to advocate for the neighborhood. So want to make sure to make that statement on that line item, because $3 million, I would certainly hope that between the Aldridge property and the admin building, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to hit those numbers for something highly compatible with the neighborhood. But when it comes to a piece of land like that, that's central to the neighborhood, it's more than just the one-time revenue, of course.
First, Councilman, I sincerely apologize. I should have given you a call. It's a relatively new development, and it took us some time to get out of the WIN agreement legally. The land in the back has a 6F restriction on it for recreational use only. We may or may not be able to get out of that, but what I've told the planning department is carve it out, keep it separate from the other property, because I'd also like to keep that there. And called my chief of staff, and we'll meet with you on it next couple of weeks with planning. They've just done some very penciled in preliminary work. And I apologize again. I told you about it last time. That's on me.
Thank you. I appreciate it and appreciate you.
And we have the same goal. I still want to keep the building up too. I don't know if that'll be possible now, but I'd still like to keep the building. But I'd like to, and we were going to get the recreational fields in the back from WIN. So I guess sometimes it is too good to be true.
Right.
And it was.
But it sounds like we're very much on the same page with the same goals.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Let's see. Other items on the revenue budget. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, obviously, a number of these are simply hard to predict. It seems like, on balance, even if I might say that perhaps the estimate on the Apponaug Rink, that's potentially a little on the high side. On the other hand, compared to some of the projections and previous revenues on the taxes coming in regarding the stamp tax, so to speak, those might be projected a little low. Overall, I don't have a lot to criticize when it comes to the projected revenue. One item that does stand out to me, this is particular to the city clerk. I see line item 3649. It appears that you were lucky number $7 for fiscal year 2025. So, hey, there's always that. Let's aim for lucky number 7. That's all. Thank you.
Does any member of the public wish to speak on revenue?
Hi, Michelle Comar, Ward 1. I think I have 4 items. Councilman Napa, I did ask when the police were here before the council on their budget what it cost for police to work on the school cameras, speed cameras. I specifically said school, and they said 200,000. So I'm expecting that to be reflected somewhere in the budget, in the revenue?
That's over in the police department's budget. It's in one of their, it's not a revenue, it's over in the police department's expense budget.
Okay, so we really don't see the net, the net gain from the speed cameras, because it does cost our police department time.
Sure, it all goes to the kind of the bottom line. By the net, I mean that Ultimate makes us our payment with their fees taken already. We don't take in revenue and then pay Ultimate.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
And the General Assembly allows, by state law, from Warwick to get fees because we host the airport.
Yes.
Is that reflected in here?
It is.
Is it the hotel tax at 1.5 million?
It is an even $500,000 on page 51.
And
03326, even 500. It's the fourth one down.
326. Okay, see the hotel tax.
I'm going to dot it.
Oh, thank you.
It's this one.
All right. So that's a steady 500,000 for the last few years, I guess, couple years.
Correct.
What is the hotel tax economic development, which is projected to be 1.5 million?
That is 1% of the 5% of the tax paid when you stay in a hotel in Warwick.
Okay. Nothing to do with the airport directly.
Not directly, but
right.
Yes, it does have to do with the airport.
Mooring fees. I think it's near the last item on a page 49. I thought these were pretty competitive, and could you explain why the number varies over the years?
Why does mooring fees vary? Mooring fees, not more. Yeah, I mean, we raised the mooring fees.
Yeah, but it's actually decreasing.
Yeah, that's a line that's kind of hard to predict. So there are some places where you can just see, I'll pull a 3-year average. That is a place where I would typically do that kind of thing.
So you have good records for past years?
Of course.
Right. Do we charge work residents something different than somebody from Minnesota?
Mooring fee is not my area of expertise.
I'm sorry, I missed the-
mooring fees is not something I'm very well versed in. I don't have a boat. Bill? Mayor?
I'm looking at Councilman Lattiser. He may know more about it than we do. We charge organizations differently than we charge individuals, don't we? Are you sure? You've talked to Jeff so many times. Our harbor master's not here. We didn't anticipate that question, but
right.
our mooring fees are set.
Okay.
I know we went up on the rates. I know in East Greenwich Cove area, there's been some additional moorings added. So I'm not quite sure why the number is down, other than what the director said. It's just a subjective number.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I probably will contact the harbor master and ask if there's two fee structures for resident versus non-resident. Because I think they're federal waters and you can't be prejudiced.
Hollywood probably know, but she's not here either.
The commercial moorings, I believe, are more, but I'm not sure how many commercial moorings we have. And the, we'll call it the residential moorings. I'm not sure if there's a different fee for a non-resident versus a Warwick resident. I'm just not sure.
I think many years ago, at least, last time I checked there.
It would be
It was.
pretty easy to run a number, though, because we have X amount of moorings
Right.
at X amount of dollars and cents, and that tells you what it is, because there's a waiting list for moorings.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. And my last question is, the city council passed the mayor's suggestion about the tax title sales, and these are old tax titles. First come bidder gets the sale if they pay the back taxes. Have we had any of those as revenue yet?
Not yet. We have about 4 on hold at the moment. We're actually working on updating the process, especially around the legal documents. But we only have about 4.
About 4, okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
I do want to state for the record that the airport gives us this, 0. They used to pay us $500,000 a year in pilot money. They stopped paying it. They said the FAA said they didn't have to pay it. The state of Rhode Island has a general law that if they start paying it, they would have to give us the $500,000. So the airport gives us nothing. We get the hotel taxes, the hotels are here because of the airport, but I'd rather have that 1,400 acres of land, tell you the truth. It'd be a lot more lucrative, but they give us nothing.
Is it true that RIAC doesn't charge the city for Station 2?
Excuse me?
For a fire station?
That's Station 8, that's on airport
Thank you.
land, and yes, they charge us to lease the land. The very fire station, the very fire trucks that go over there for medical emergencies.
All right, so
So
they,
we can't talk about that under revenue.
that's not,
yeah,
oh, that's an
I'm sorry.
expense. Thank you. All right, I'm all
Sorry.
set. Thanks.
Councilman Lattiser? Oh, sorry. What's up?
Some information on the mooring fees.
So the mooring fee is $3 per foot with a $60 minimum for resident private and non-resident private. They're both the same. Commercial is $150 minimum. Just so you know.
Councilman Lattiser, are you good? Because, all right. So it looks like that's it for revenue. So we move on to capital. So Councilman Lattiser, I see your lit up.
Yes, I just want to clarify a few things. So police is, it says a vehicle fleet, and the budget is $1,100,000. Is that for one vehicle, or is that for 2 or 3? I know further down it indicates 3 and 2. First question is it for one vehicle? And if it is, what is that vehicle for $1,000,001?
1.1 is the multiple vehicles. We do about that for police every year.
Okay, so it'll be multiple vehicles.
Many, fleet vehicles, yeah.
And how many are multiple vehicles?
As many as that will pay for. I'm not sure.
Well, in terms of evaluating that number as a capital expenditure, I would need to know
Bill.
how many vehicles they're talking about purchasing. Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 10?
I think it's more like 10, but Bill's looking it up.
Yeah, and I would be curious if it's purchasing or lease purchase, because this says lease.
This says lease, yeah.
Yeah. $14.
14? Okay. And on next item, medical rescue for fire. Is that one rescue? for
Yes.
411? Okay, it's 1. And a pumper truck, I assume that's 1 as
Yes.
well? And down further, we're on the smaller trucks and highway, it's got in parentheses 3, so I'm assuming it's 3 vehicles, 2 vehicles, 2 vehicles, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have one follow-up on that vehicle fleet for police. I might have simply missed it. Is that 14 new leases or ongoing obligations for leases that already exist?
We plan on using a future lease purchase to buy 14 more vehicles.
All right, so it's a prospective 14, not a
Yes.
current. Got it. Did you turn your light back on, Councilman Lattiser? Councilman Muto?
So this capital budget is for new. Is there some place that we can, that we can find out what's already been committed for those lease payments going forward?
Yeah, it's at 26. I updated it in 26.
Where?
There's a column saying 26 current that you'll see, and then it totals all the way at the bottom
And that.
for what's obligated in 26. So in 26, we bought about $3.5 million of vehicles and for lease.
For the lease though, don't we pay a lease payment every year?
Yeah, the
though?
payment will go next year. And then whatever we lease next year will go the year after, kind of leapfrogs.
Yeah, do we have a schedule that shows that? So we can look at the total lease commitments for the year?
Yeah.
Don't
I
you
mean,
thi-
it's all reflected in the budget, what the payments are in the debt.
Yeah, but is
Budget.
that for all of it or? I'll follow up with that. Thank you.
Do any members of the public have anything for capital? All right, next up, we're moving on to enterprise funds. So first would be sewer.
Good evening. Betty Ann Rogers, Executive Director, Warwick Sewer Authority. I'm going to start with our budget for FY27. The request is for $19,264,051. This is slightly less, about 5% less than the approved FY26 budget. Our salary request of $3,201,417 is more than last year's approved budget by approximately 5.4% increase. It's important to note that our personal benefit back charge increased by about $65,000. And if you refer to our personnel supplement, it shows that we have 35 full-time positions. There was an error. It said 34 at the bottom, but there's actually, if you total up those numbers, there are 35 full-time positions. One returning retiree temp position, and there are no new positions since last year. All salary increases are contractual, the 3.25% and OPEB where applicable, and there are 7 longevity increases and 4 step increases, one of which is mine. I'm sure you're going to have questions about that, Councilman. And there was also one, I know that there was some information that was posted online about our assistant superintendent's salary. There was an error with last year's budget. It had him budgeted in at approximately $75,000. That was incorrect. That was his old salary. And he had, when he took the assistant superintendent's position, his salary increased. Plus, he was entitled to a longevity increase of 9.5% that year. So his salary should have been indicated as $90,214. That was, like I said, that was an error. And we've been working with the finance director as well as Aaron, and we really had a lot of communication back and forth this year regarding our personnel supplement. We are very confident going into FY27 budget requests because of the effort and the communication involved in putting that together. Unfortunately, there was that one little error with the 34 versus 35, but that was it. Everything else looks great.
So, Director, yeah, you're correct. My question is on Executive Director salary, there's an increase of $25,000. How is that?
That is a step, the final step, step 3. I'm at step 3. I have both my base salary, which is about $132,000, but there's also about $18,500 in longevity. I've been working for the city since 1996, and I've accrued up to 14% interest, 14% longevity with my salary. So that's the final number is $150,330. Like I said, $132,000 is the base salary for my position. The rest is longevity.
But it says here that the salary for fiscal year 26 is $126,628. That's what your salary is now.
That's correct. That's correct.
But you're saying the base salary is 130. How can it be 130?
Because it's step 3. That was step 2.
Excuse me?
That was step 2, Councilman Lattiser. The 126 was step 2. I'm going to be at top step. So the salary, base salary is 132. The longevity accounts for that increase.
Okay, so what you're saying is because you go to step 3, your salary increases from 125 to 132, and then you have the longevity increase?
No, sir. The annual salary increases from $110,000 As with the step 2, I had a base salary, which was 110 because I was at step 2. And then there was longevity associated with that, which accounted for the $126,000 salary. At step 3, my base salary is 131 and my longevity is 18,378. That 110 position, $110,000 step 2 had $15,427 in longevity, 14%. That's where those numbers come from.
So this was a question I had asked earlier today. So unclassified employees also receive not only the step increase, but the longevity increase?
Yes, the percentages for longevity as well as the base salary, correct.
And the percentage of the longevity in your case?
Is 14%.
14%.
That's maxed out according to the contract.
Okay. And so repeat what you said regarding the assistant superintendent. There was a budget error. Instead of being 95,000, it's supposed to be 90,000. Is that what you said?
No, I'm sorry, I maybe misspoke.
Or maybe I
His salary
misunderstood.
was incorrectly indicated on the FY26 budget as 75,000. I can get you the exact amount.
Oh, so what's listed in the budget of 75,000, that's wrong.
75,189, which was incorrect. It should have been indicated as $90,214. And then there was longevity that was also added on to that.
And that's where he would, or whomever that is, would go up to 95,847.
That is correct.
And do we know how that error in the budget occurred?
Basically, the personnel supplement is not put together by us. So there was probably an error in looking at a former position that he was in. I can only assume that's what took place. And the numbers were published. And if you recall, last year, we had a discussion that lasted several minutes regarding the errors that were in the personnel supplement. And following the meeting, we spoke with the chief of staff and the mayor and finance, and we discussed having more open lines of communication with both Aaron and Lynn, and it worked fabulously this year. I've zero complaints. And actually, it was quite enjoyable to get to see them and get out of the office once in a while.
Oh, bear with me 1 second. I got my personal fund right here. Hold on 1 minute. Is the assistant superintendent of sewers the same as the superintendent of sewer?
No, we have a superintendent, and we also have an assistant superintendent.
Okay.
We have to, by Rhode Island law, and actually, I believe this is a trickle down from
Oh, no, I found
EPA,
it.
we have to have at least one grade 4 person. It's a grade 4 license for wastewater operations on site at all times.
Okay.
And when the superintendent is not available, the assistant superintendent would take charge.
All right, I found it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And all the rest of these line items, there is no raises in any of those beyond contractual.
Just contract,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any plans for any tackling getting gap projects in Ward 2?
I knew you were going to ask that question. I wish I had a positive answer for you. We are pretty stretched out with other projects, mostly rehabilitation, replacement, and addressing climate resiliency, which is a hot topic, flooding. And we're concentrating our efforts. This first round with the loan that we took in December of 2025, with replacing 3 ejector stations that are well past their useful life, and getting parts for them it's impossible. We're also going to reline Oakland Beach Force Main. We have a grant for that to help supplement that project. And we're doing an odor control and GT at our facility. Odor control is big with wastewater treatment facilities, and we've been waiting a while to get this project done. We're also next year going to work on 3 ponds rehabilitation, as well as the Oakland Beach pump station replacement. If there are specific gaps projects, I would ask that you please email us with your concerns for certain areas, and we'll definitely address those as soon as possible. And it's possible that we could do smaller areas under our emergency contract for construction. So, and we are building our infrastructure fund, so possibly we could do a smaller project using that fund.
Well, that sounds good. There's a half dozen streets in that same area, not too far from Aldridge, although a little closer to Elmwood Ave. But there is one tiny one in particular on Gardner. It's about a half dozen houses or businesses, but we can talk about those potential gap projects a little later on.
Sure.
And also, of course, with any gap project, I know that this would also involve getting buy-in from the businesses and the residents on that particular street.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds great.
Just one question. The chemicals alum, it's the 248 code on page 7. I was just wondering why it jumped 22.4%.
Alum is very expensive. It's one of the chemicals that is required for our phosphorus removal in order for us to be compliant with our RIPD's permit. And the price can fluctuate. So we're seeing that particular chemical. It does have an aluminum consistency that's used to bind the phosphorus. So it's absolutely essential to the whole phosphorus removal process. So we're kind of at the mercy of the chemical suppliers. We have gone out to bid just recently, and we were very pleasantly surprised to see that what we have projected, the numbers actually came down. So the other chemical prices were very reasonable, but alum did go up.
Already, Councilman Mito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Director. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. This is a little bit of rubbing some salt in Councilman Rick's area, but also getting an update from you. My area covers Oakland Beach. Would you mind talking about those 2 projects that are coming up this fiscal year?
I don't mind at all. The Oakland Beach Force Main
Sorry,
Rehabilitation.
Jeremy.
Oakland Beach Force Main Rehabilitation Project is going to, it's looking at relining the actual force main. So a force main's under pressure, and because of that, we have to evacuate the force main by bypass in order to gain access to the force main, inspect it, clean it, assess the condition, and then determine if it's relineable. Based on a previous force main project that we did on the Cedar Swamp force main, they're approximately the same vintage and the same materials. We feel that the condition will be absolutely relineable, and that we'll be able to forego replacement of the force main, which is great. And the cure in place lining process is much quicker. There's much less excavation, so there would be less impact to the residents and the roadway. So that's one of the projects. The other project is the Oakland Beach Pump Station. That project, the Oakland Beach Force Main, we're ready to start that. So that project has been funded by the State Revolving Fund as well as an EPA grant. And we're just waiting for some of the submittals from the contractor regarding the bypass. So that's going to start, it's imminent, probably within a month. Or I would say hopefully by the end of May, we'll see some mobilization. The Oakland Beach Pump Station project is at approximately 95% design. We've received approvals from DEM. We're waiting for some approvals from EPA, and that is mostly because of the tribal influence. There are certain areas in Oakland Beach that have some historic attributes, and we need to make sure that we're covering all the bases and working with the Narragansett tribe. So that's really the last stumbling block. I think that we'll probably be ready to go out for a loan later this year and then bid, and at the latest, probably midwinter.
Great, that was a great update, and I may be reaching out to you to get a little more details so I could update the constituents. One of their concerns has been, the bypass, how the bypass is going to be,
Of course.
tunneled under, all that good stuff. I'd just
Of
love
course,
to
we
get
want to do it the safest manner possible, but also we have to take into consideration a reliable bypass because the whole reason we're lining is we don't want to have any breaks in the current force main that would cause insult to the environment. So that's really paramount to us moving forward.
We make sure to confine our questions to the sewer capital, or rather the sewer enterprise fund budget. And it sounded, at least for part of it, that it was related, but I was having trouble.
It was
connecting.
all related to, spending money in my ward is always relatable.
You know what I mean.
But thank you.
It is part of our capital improvement plan.
Right, but we're not on the capital budget anymore.
Oh, no, this is enterprise capital improvement.
Right, but the capital fund for
That was the city.
sewer, unless I'm mistaken, and I very well may be, because I see pump stations and whatnot. Sewer department capital program is in the capital fund section. So prior to the enterprise fund, which is what we're on now.
All right, so I got one through you.
Okay.
Let's go.
Councilman Lazzard.
Yes, thank you. Director, could you send me your job description, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Does any member of the public have anything for sewers? Specifically the enterprise fund rather than the capital?
Michelle Comar, Ward 1. Hi, Director. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
How are your employee pensions and retiree benefits funded?
The same way it's done through the city.
Through the back charge. Through the back charge.
What does that mean?
We back charge a number of expenses back to the sewer and water department. Some of that is department expenses. Some of it is the cost of their health care. Some of it's the cost of their healthcare, retirement, their pension. Fringe. It's late.
Yeah,
having
it's
trouble
late.
finding
So I
words
want to
now.
rephrase the question
Yeah.
so I can understand it. So does the city, meaning the city taxpayers, pay your employees' pensions and healthcare benefits, or because you're an enterprise, so you're revenue-based, your self-revenue. So is the revenue that you take in, do you pay for the pensions or do city taxpayers pay for it?
They pay for it through the enterprise funds are paying for it.
We get deductions in our.
Yeah,
paychecks every week.
there are deductions on everybody's checks, co-shares, all of it gets
Okay,
pulled
so
together and then we charge it to them.
you're self-generating revenue and you take care of your own pensions.
It's all
and
a
health-
shared, it's all a shared pension fund, but we do charge them for the expense of their pension.
Well, I just want to ask the question, do city taxpayers pay the pension on this independent autonomous enterprise?
The ratepayers do.
The ratepayers do.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That explains it.
Well, we're self-funded because any of the revenue that we take in for sewer treatment, any of the revenue that we take in for sewer treatment would pay our employees, and then the deductions come out of their paycheck. So I guess in a way, the ratepayers pay our salaries, and then we have deductions that go towards our pensions.
Right. So in that sense, the WSA is independent. You don't rely on city taxpayers' money. You're revenue-based with user fees or pretreatment
Correct.
fees.
Correct.
Good. Okay. Thank you. So on the revenue side,
Yes.
areas that WSA constructed sewers, but the sewage is treated to West Warwick treatment plant. That's Ward 8, I believe, some parts of Ward 8. And then in Ward 9, maybe a little section goes I can't remember.
The
Oh,
only
to Route 2.
intermunicipal agreement that we have is with the town of West Warwick. That is
Okay.
the only
All right.
intermunicipal agreement.
So what is that agreement? Because I haven't been in tune with it over the years. Is it the user fees that are collected 100% go to West Warwick, or does the WSK?
If the flow goes to them, then they collect the revenue for that flow that goes to them. So there are a certain number of locations within the city of Warwick that do flow to, and a lot of it has to do with the Bald Hill area and Ledge. It was cost prohibitive for us to put sewers in those areas. So what happened was West Warwick accepts the waste, and what we do is we pay them for any upgrades to their treatment facility, treating that waste, and part of their collection system. In fact, they're going through a few different projects right now. There's a SCADA project, UV disinfection project, Maisie Quinn pump station, and there's a phosphorus element as well, polymer upgrade system to there, and we pay for a portion of that. It's very low. It's about maybe, in some instance, I think maybe 4% and then 2.4% for those certain projects.
So in those areas where the flow goes to West Warwick and they get the user fees of Warwick residents, how does the WSA fund repairs to the sewer that WSA constructed in Warwick?
That we do, it's based on, we take out loans, state revolving loan fund, SRF loans. And did you say West Warwick or Warwick?
I'm asking
Our own
for
lines.
the sewer in Warwick. How do you pay that the sewage flow goes to West Warwick? How do you fund repairs to WSA sewer pipes in Warwick?
How do we fund sewer pipes in Warwick? And the flow comes to us? Or are you still talking about West Warwick because you said one thing and then you changed?
Okay, so for instance, in an area where the sewage goes to WSA,
Yes.
the user fees are used for multiple purposes, including repairs, maintenance to the sewer in the ground.
Right.
In this case, when sewage goes to West Warwick, by your agreement, they get all the user fees. So none is left remaining for Warwick to use to maintain the sewer pipes in Warwick. So in effect, so I'm just looking at additional.
Anything that's in Warwick, we are responsible for.
That's
okay?
right, but you have no
I
user
understand,
fees.
But let me finish.
Go ahead.
So we are responsible for all of our infrastructure that resides within the city property line, okay? Now, with West Warwick, if some of our neighborhoods flow to West Warwick, and they're doing upgrades on their lines or pump stations, depending on where our flow comes from, originates, and which parts of their collection system we use. If they're working on a line or rehabilitating a line where some of our flow goes through it, we pay a very small percentage, likely about 2.4%. If there's upgrades to their treatment facility, it's a higher percentage, it's 4%. As I said, they're working on their SCADA system, that has to do with their wastewater treatment facility. They're working on their UV disinfection system, that's at the wastewater treatment facility. If the bill is $1 million, we pay 4% of that. And that comes out of our revenue base. We are responsible for that.
Right, but I'm trying to look for more revenue. This agreement with West Warwick is how old?
It's quite old. It originated back in, I believe, the 80s. And we are looking at that currently.
Okay, that's good, because I don't know how it works out, but that all the users in other parts of the city are supporting repair of the pipes.
Well, it's just like the people who aren't connected to the sewer. They're not providing any revenue to us. And because of that, the other ratepayers are paying for rehabilitation projects, not assessment projects. Assessments are paid by the individuals who are included in the project. So, for example, if you have sewers in your neighborhood and you're not connected to sewers, you're not contributing to the revenue. That's where we get our money to do rehabilitation projects.
Okay.
And to pay for the treatment process and chemicals and salaries.
Okay, right, because I recall on the Sewer Review Board Commission that pensions were paid on the city side, and that's how everybody contributed.
No, that's
But
not correct.
times have changed.
Well, I don't recall that happening unless it was during a time when the sewer authority owed the city money and we paid them back every penny. Maybe there was something going on then, but I don't know of any time when the city paid our pensions. But maybe it was before my time, but I came here in '96.
It was before your time. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Director, a question on line item 080379, administration. In 2024, the audit number was 60,874. In 2025, the actual was 58,401. Your approved budget for this year is 79,500 with a projection of 130,000 and a request for this year of 195,110. What is administration and why has that tripled in the past 2 years?
Here she comes.
That is part of the back charge. I think there's actually a timing difference. I did a bit of a correction. Betty Ann says I'm pleasant because I agreed to review the back charge when it was too high. Part of it was just an accounting error. There were some charges in there like crew sense for the fire department. That doesn't make any sense to back charge to the sewer authority. So we made a correction. Next year, I went through every single expense, everything in there. It should be right for 27. But I think you might have a timing difference in front of you.
Yeah, what I would like is an accounting for this item, starting with fiscal year 2024 audit up to the current request of 195,110. I want to know what the money was spent for. First of all, what is administration? What is that line? It just says
It's just a back
administration.
charge. It's a back charge from
It's a
the
what?
last line. This is all back charges from the general fund. Yeah.
Okay. So we should have a list of all those back charges, and that's what I'm asking for. The breakdown from fiscal year 2024 all the way through the request justifying 195,110.
Yeah.
That should be pretty easy.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not. I don't know the percentage.
Oh, yes, I'm all, yes, I'm all set.
I'm done? Oh, thank you.
Last one.
Does anyone have anything for the water department? Councilman Lattiser? I saw you grab your mic, so.
I hate it when I get predictable. I'll make it official. So I guess right now the question is conservation and education. What is that line item pertain to? I'm sorry, it's halfway down on page 11. It's 084294.
Certification training.
It's what, please?
Certification training. So the people in water division need to have their distribution licenses. So this is to assist with that certification.
Okay. And I don't know if you would have the answer to this question. What is the past due amount as of today for water bills?
Mike St. Pierre, business manager. All right, so I ran a report this past Friday. Basically, the defined criteria on that report was a minimum balance of $500. All right, so anything over $500 would show up on that report, and it was based on 1 day late and above. So that figure was, I actually have an exact figure for you. All right, so when I ran it, it was $1,590,000, $529 million. And that was with the past due of $500 and 1 day, 1 day and above late.
Just so I'm clear, this is in the budget, right?
No, that is outstanding water bills.
So the reason why I asked is because we can't talk about it if it's not in this budget. You can ask why it's not in the budget if that's what you're going for.
So this is a perfect question. Why isn't, because I didn't see it in here, so why isn't that accounts receivable in this budget? You said, Mike, you said it's $1,590,520?
529.
29.
Yeah, and that represents 1,741 accounts.
And does that include commercial as well?
So
that does include commercial. Of 1,741 accounts, 97 accounts are commercial, which represents 5.7%. And the money for commercial represents $200,078 of that 1.59 million.
Again, though, we can't talk about it here. We can ask why it's not here, but that's about it.
Okay, so then I'm going to assume we can't talk about past due notices and that sort of thing. Is that?
Unless it's represented here, then no. If it's represented here, then sure. But again, you can always ask, why isn't it?
Is that amount that you referred to, I'll just use a round number, 1,600,000, is that listed on the revenue side of the budget?
It's actually, yeah. I do not see it on here, but I can tell you this. These reports are generated in part in the upcoming tax sales. All right, so the reports are part of a delinquent notice. So then when the revenues are collected during the tax sale, they are appropriated at certain budget codes. So it's not showing up as revenue on this. I do not see it on the revenue on the budget, but I can tell you that the revenues that are collected during the tax sale are part of, obviously, the outstanding water bills.
So I guess the point is, this is another item that isn't showing up, at least from what I'm being told, isn't showing up on the books, which is $1,600,000 that is due us.
I mean, I'm sorry. Your question is, where is the revenue from the tax sale?
No. My question was the $1,600,000 that is past due on water bills. Does that show up in any of the budgets for the water department as a receivable, as a past due, or as a revenue, or whatever?
When the money is collected, it'll be booked as a revenue. So it would be lumped, a prior year collection would be put into regular revenue.
Any particular line in revenue?
I mean,
Or is it one that doesn't appear here currently?
I'm assuming water consumption, right? Because that's how most of your bills go to tax sale and most of your receivables.
So which one was it? I'm sorry.
Water consumption, the first line, 84,903.
And which one, I'm sorry, which one did you say it is?
84,903 water consumption. Any bill that is paid, whether it's current year or last year, would be booked there as revenue when the cash is received.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff. What page and whereabouts in the page?
13.
I'm sorry, what page?
13, page
13.
13. First line, revenue, 84,903.
All right.
Water consumption.
And which line was it, Director?
84,903, the very first line.
I still don't see it. 84, what?
It's the very
Oh, I'm
first
sorry,
line. yeah.
84,903, okay. So that projection of 3,350,000 includes that 1,000,006 that Mike was just talking
It
about,
would include the prior year collections, yeah, for a past due bill.
but not that 1,000,006.
Anything we collect of that 1.6 would be reflected there, yes.
Okay, so seeing that there's something in here with revenue and expenses, Mike, has the water department gone back to the policy of sending out past due notices, water shut-off notices, and has the department shut off any water?
And I assume you're asking that so you can see why things might be going up or down to connect it to tonight.
What?
I assume you're asking that so you can connect.
Yeah, I'm trying to connect the dots here.
All right, I'm trying to help you make it relevant.
Okay, so to answer the first part of your question, we send out delinquent notices twice a year. The first time is in February, the second time is in September. As far as shut-offs, the last shut-off that we performed based on non-payment we used to do it prior to COVID, and we have not done it since COVID.
And you were actually very instrumental in that committee that I formed way back in the day for designing the yellow past due notice, the red shut-off notice, implementing the actual shut-off procedures, et cetera.
Right.
So that was done through an ordinance, I believe.
I believe you're correct, and
Yeah.
if memory serves me correctly, I would say that we probably took a good year to finally come to what we all agreed upon to do in the procedures and the verbiage and how we were going to actually perform and how many times we would send those
And
those
it
notices out.
It worked very well, and it reduced several $1 million in a couple of years.
Right. So one thing worth noting is when we send delinquent notices out in February, we try to do it prior with enough notice before the tax sale, before the first step in that process of a tax sale. So it's sort of like a reminder to those that have outstanding balances that, all right, we're sending this delinquent notice out, and then shortly thereafter, people start getting notified about there's a potential that they might be pulled into a tax sale.
And that notice that you're talking about that goes out semi-annually, is that still the original notice that we had designed in that committee?
That is correct.
The yellow notice, the same one?
The only difference is we changed the color. I guess the yellow paper has been a little scarce, so they use sort of like a neon orange.
Serves the same purpose.
Right.
And while I have you in front of me, I'm certainly known for criticizing, but I'm also known for complimenting. And you did a phenomenal job on that committee way back in the day, getting through all these things that we needed to do.
Well, thank you.
And it was never, we can't do it. Nah, it's not possible. We'll figure it out. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
On first page of expenses, line, the water purchase for resale.
Yes.
So you have from the fiscal year to date this year, you're at 3.7 million with a projected collection or expense of 6.8 million. And so my question to you, number one, is the purchase for resale, do we have delayed numbers here because we're...
Nope, that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. So I figured that would stick out like a sore thumb. I do anticipate, number one, purchase water. Let me explain to you what that actually is. Purchase water is considered to be a pass-through charge. So the purchase water, that line item is what we pay for the water, a wholesale rate. So we buy our water through the Providence Water Supply on some connections, and on one connection we buy from Kent County Water Authority down in the Forge Road, Potawatomi area. All right, so it's a wholesale rate, and it's a pass-through. We do not make a profit on that. And matter of fact, that rate is set by the PUC. Okay, so to answer your question, and again, it's a good question, is that I anticipate that there's going to be a slight increase, but on the other hand, that purchase water rate just went down in August 1st of 2025, and it went down. The prior rate, which was changed back in August 31st, 2020, that rate was $2,320.88 per million gallons. It went down August 1st of last year to $1,999.99 per million gallons. That's a reduction of 13.8%. So it's my understanding, to the best of my knowledge, is that they're actually, the powers that be are in the process of looking at that water rate right now. And they're looking at it perhaps to even lower it more. So that's why it is the same. I do anticipate that it's going to go up. Number one, that's a forecast figure. There's no exact science behind that. There are certain line items on both the expenses and revenue that they're a forecast because there's no fixed science to it. So I figure, although this line item is going to go up because of the reduced wholesale water rate is going down, it's going to be a wash. So that's why it's the same.
Good answer, thank you. This PUC, is it the same organization for the gas and electric rates?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you guys go and talk to them? Next question is last line on it, capital improvements. Looks like we have a 30% increase. For 2026, it looks like the flat. But again, year to date, we have 3.6 million, projection of 5 million. Just a little clarification around that, a little context.
All right, so what, and I don't want to speak, but we're in part, go ahead.
We have four major, Jerry Willett, Warwick Water. We have four major projects that we're undertaking this year, the total of which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 10.5 million. we're looking to fund 5.5 million out of our budget.
Okay, so your budget is also, your revenue is coming from ratepayers, right?
Correct.
So that gap of 5.5 million to 10, that's also coming from the ratepayers, or is that through a separate budget? You have $10 million in projects you mentioned?
Yes. We've submitted to project priority list and SRF funding. We have not heard back yet. Everything's still in the design phase. We need the design to send to Rhode Island Drinking Water Quality for approval. And at that point, we fully intend to borrow the other 5 million.
Okay, so borrowing, okay. And last question, we're talking about our tax title. So we have water tax title. Is that also on the agenda for Friday's tax title? Yes. All right. So same question. We have a separate line item here. We're looking at the estimated revenues that we have zeros in both of these. So I sent a request to the finance director for the real estate tax. I'd like to add on and get the water tax information also.
Can you just, what question are you looking for?
So is a list, basically a list of the tax title, property, and the estimated amounts.
So the tax sale or the tax sale?
The value of the tax, the estimated tax, or the outstanding.
They gave it to you tonight, 1.14 million. 1.59 million.
1.5? Okay, I missed.
Yeah, that was the outstanding delinquent over $500 one day or more.
Got it. So that will appear there. So we don't have any revenue numbers there yet.
Correct.
But we'll
Friday, this is the tax sale.
All right. So we'll make sure we do that. All right. Great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do any members of the public have anything for the Water Enterprise Fund?
My name is Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm, and I think we're talking about the capital, right? The Water Enterprise Fund. I don't want to be out of touch here.
So we're just talking about the water budget, so it has to be within that boundaries. We already passed the capital, which included both water and sewer. Though that being said, there is in fact a line item in water that says capital improvements. So if you want to talk about something that falls under that works. But otherwise,
I'm talking about Water Department capital improvement. Okay. And there's one item in here, Buttonwoods Inlet water main replacement. And what it says is it's a grant, and it says in the year 26, there was $2,500,000 allocated. Now, we've had these discussions before during the year, and that was not in the budget last June. We were talking in September and October about a $2 million possibility to fix the Buttonwoods water. But now it doesn't matter. It's in the budget for $2,500,000. And the question I have is, how can the city spend this money, even though it's federal money, unless they're spending it on public infrastructure? I have all these people telling me that Buttonwoods is private, that they're not public roads. Of course, you know my position on this. And I just want to remind all you folks that you're putting in $2,500,000 into a capital budget in a public facility, not a private facility. And that's called Buttonwoods Avenue in the Buttonwoods Fire District. The fire district is a municipality. It's a public entity. It's not a private government. It's not a private enterprise. It's a public enterprise. And I just want to remind you that a few years ago, you put $8,500,000 into this project for the sewers. And now you're going to put in another $2,500,000. And I agree, these are federal funds, but they're administered through the city. So I just want to be able to come to City Hall and say, the Buttonwood streets are public. You're putting $10 million into it. Let's be fair about this. And I thank you very much.
So we can't really get into that on your side because that is in fact from the capital budget section rather than the water department. Because I see it right here. All right, does anyone else have anything for water department enterprise fund? All right, seeing none, we move on to transfers / supplemental appropriations / emergency appropriations. Oh, good point, which is PCR 5526. Anyone have any questions on this one? Any members of the public have anything, questions regarding PCR 55-26, resolution relative to transfers, supplemental appropriations, and emergency appropriations? No. Seeing none, do we have a motion to close the public hearing on PCR 55-25 and PCR?
Motion to close the public hearing on
55-26.
PCR 5526.
We're looking for 5526 and for 5626.
55 and 5626, yes, thank you.
So motion to close the public hearing in that regard, and it's seconded by Councilman Muto. Or any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Do we have a motion to hold PCR 55-26 and PCR 5626 to May 21st, 2026?
Motion to hold.
Seconded by Councilman Muto. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right. That's it for tonight. See everyone Thursday at 6:30 p.m.